Welcome back to the Harvard Climate Action Week and our first session of the day. Please take your seats and silence your phones. We will begin in just a moment. Please welcome the director of the Accelerator Program at the Harvard Salata Institute for Climate and Sustainability, Lindi von Mutius.
Hello. Good morning. Good morning and welcome to day 2 of Harvard Climate Action Week. I'm Lindi von Mutius, the director of the Salata Institute's Climate Action Accelerator. It's great to see you here. Your time is precious. And we are grateful that you have chosen to spend it with us, either right here in Cambridge or online, learning about solutions to the climate crisis. For those joining us for the first time, the mission of the Salata Institute for Climate and Sustainability is to develop and promote durable, effective, and equitable solutions to the climate challenges confronting humanity. This institute serves as a fulcrum for collaboration across Harvard's many areas of expertise, and together we pursue practical, real-world solutions that address all aspects of the climate crisis and engage directly with governments, businesses, NGOs, and communities to collaboratively implement them. Harvard Climate Action Week is one way that we live into that mission statement. Fulcrum for collaboration? Yes. 34 Harvard schools and centers have come together this week to highlight the work that they are leading in climate action and to amplify the people, both within this university and external partners, who do that work. This week and every other day of the year, we are obsessively dedicated to pursuing real-world solutions with governments, businesses, nonprofits, and the communities that implement them. But Harvard Climate Action Week is also a great opportunity for the Harvard community to listen to you. One of the Climate Action Accelerator's main goals is to have the exchange of information on climate solutions go both ways. You can learn from Harvard's experts, and we can learn from you what matters the most. In a vacuum, neither we nor you can truly create the durable, effective, and equitable change we need to mitigate and adapt to the climate crisis. Yesterday, Representative Carlos Curbelo told us that we need to invest more time, money, and energy in working with right-of-center conservatives. The reality that only 1% of climate funding goes to the right-of-center conservative organizations has widened the political division we see around climate change and imperiled bipartisan efforts. Senator Whitehouse yesterday asked us, and the whole environmental movement, to do better, to integrate the voices and perspectives of communities who have historically borne the brunt of fossil fuel pollution into the economic policy solutions we designed to reduce emissions. Andrew Forrest, Aditya Mittal, and Nili Gilbert challenged us to create incentives that reward companies acting ahead of the curve to green and decarbonize their industries. And Gaurav Basu explained that he works in a community health center with an economically vulnerable patient population. And it's those communities who stand to benefit the most from the environmental justice provisions in the Inflation Reduction Act, but they just can't feel it in their day-to-day lives. If durable and effective climate solutions don't result in tangible improvements like lower energy bills, better air quality, healthier climate-friendly food, more green space, then there's a disconnect that renders our work ineffective. Listening to each other is critical in this work. Delivering on what we hear is also critical. This is why the word equitable is the most courageous word in our mission statement. When I spoke last night with Gabe Nagel, who you'll hear from shortly, he expressed that he was skeptical at first when he was asked to join the EPA's Youth Advisory Council. Would they actually care what he and other Gen Z climate activists had to say? When he spoke, would they simply politely listen for the sake of equity? Or would they actually hear what he had to say? We cannot deliver on equity without listening to the perspective and the needs of others, without hearing, internalizing, and using those perspectives to inform better solutions. If we want to inspire everyone to act on climate, we need to meet them where they are, not tell them where they should be. Today, you'll hear from speakers who exemplify this. Their climate solutions are indeed durable, effective, and equitable. They're also very hopeful. Environmentalist David Orr wrote that hope is a verb with its sleeves rolled up. Hopeful people are actively engaged in defying the odds or changing the odds. Let's explore that for a moment. Hope requires goals and agency, and it requires action. Hope is not about wishing for a better future. It is about making that future happen. I hope that these 5 days of discourse on climate solutions help you feel your own agency, to understand your own role in creating solutions at scale. You didn't come to a climate conference today. You came to a climate action conference. That's my goal, and the goal of my colleagues and the over 150 Harvard staff, faculty, students, and alumni who've worked over the last 8 months to bring you the most diverse, multifaceted Harvard Climate Action Week yet. So I will ask you to do what David Cash asked attendees to do yesterday. Close your eyes and imagine what the world looks like when we have solved climate change. What is your goal, and how will you ensure a durable, effective, and equitable solution? How will you bring your identity, your humanity, and your expertise to solving the climate crisis? I'm delighted that in the next hour, we will hear from young people who are not only hopeful with their sleeves rolled up, but who have made strides realizing their goals and have done so by further advancing equity. I'll turn the podium now to Alex Posner, co-founder of the Climate Solutions Fund, so he can share more about why this is a conversation you need to hear. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Lindi. We are so grateful to you, to Jim Stock, to Joe Aldi, to George Sarah Nicolau, and the entire Salata team for being such thoughtful and able collaborators, and for all you've done to bring Harvard Climate Action Week to life. It is one thing to speak about the value of collaboration. It is another thing to actually live it. And at every turn, guided by a culture that Professor Stock has set from the top, the Salata team have been ready and enthusiastic partners, eager to leverage Harvard's core strengths in research, teaching, and scholarship, and combine them with insights from practitioners in the field to deliver meaningful progress on climate change. At this event last year, Professor Stock remarked that an initiative like the Salata Institute is probably something Harvard should have done years ago, but it's now here, not a moment too soon, and roaring into action. I am confident that when the dust settles and humanity has brought climate change under control, it will be in no small part due to the vital efforts of Harvard and the Salata Institute. One other note, we are here this week in part to identify abundant sources of renewable energy. And whatever it is that powers Lindi, we need to manufacture by the truckload. Lindi is a force of nature. It has been such a pleasure working with her in the lead up to Harvard Climate Action Week. She is not only talented and relentless, but she does everything with an infectious sense of optimism, a model for us all. My name is Alexander Posner. I am a co-founder and the president of the Climate Solutions Action Fund. We are a nonprofit focused on building broader bipartisan support for climate action, including and especially by working with next generation leaders, young Republicans and young Democrats alike, to open the door to ambitious climate policy breakthroughs. Our work is premised on the idea that bipartisanship is essential for addressing climate change. This commitment is not rooted in nostalgia for a bygone political era. It is not to overlook the substantive and stylistic gulfs between our two parties, which seem to grow wider by the day. Instead, this commitment to bipartisanship is deeply practical. As former Congressman Carlos Curbelo highlighted in his remarks yesterday, unified democratic control of government is rare. Since World War II, US political parties have secured simultaneous control of the House, the Senate, and the White House, an average of just once every 14 years. Assuming these long-running electoral patterns continue, and they've been remarkably consistent, Democrats won't secure unified control of government again until the mid to late 2030s. We cannot wait that long to pass additional climate legislation. Of course, political trends can deviate, that's true, but pinning our hopes for climate progress on the defiance of political history would be playing a dangerous game of dice. There is a practical imperative to break the partisan logjam on this issue. It is likely bipartisanship or bust. So that's the imperative. Now contrast this with how the environmental movement deploys its resources. As Lindi mentioned as well, according to an analysis our team published last year with the Center for Effective Philanthropy, less than 1% of the environmental movement's resources go to engaging and mobilizing right-of-center constituencies on climate change. Less than 1% of the environmental movement's resources go to engaging right-of-center constituencies on climate change. We only have 2 major political parties. That's it. So on a practical level, when less than 1 cent on the dollar goes to engaging one of those 2 parties, it's not entirely surprising we get the outcomes we do. Now, this is not for a second to excuse the partisan divide on this issue, but it is to better understand it, and most importantly, to recognize what we can do about it. In its work on climate change, the Democratic Party is guided by a vigorous civil society apparatus spanning think tanks, grassroots organizations, lobbying groups, and more that push, pull, and applaud Democratic lawmakers as they act on this issue. There is not yet a comparable ecosystem right of center. And look, while the science of climate change may be somewhat unique, the laws of political gravity remain the same. Legislative outcomes are born from the political infrastructure supporting them. If bipartisanship on climate is our goal, then we must build toward it. By the way, this imbalance is actually really good news, in the sense that if the environmental movement were trying as hard as possible, leaving it all out on the field, as it were, and the issue still remained partisan, then that would be a cause for concern. But insofar as we haven't even turned on yet many of the available tools to build broader bipartisan support, that should be a source of optimism, because it means it's within our power to do something about it. In that spirit, we are lucky to be joined here at Harvard Climate Action Week by some of the leaders on the front lines of the work to make climate change the bipartisan priority it deserves to be. This includes Congressman Carlos Curbelo, whom we heard from yesterday and who co-founded the Bipartisan Climate Solutions Caucus while in Congress. It includes the Gen Z Youth panel we're about to hear from, featuring voices across the political spectrum. It also includes Dr. Andrea Jansampa, whom you will hear from later today. She's a distinguished Harvard alum and leads a nonprofit called Deploy US. It is the only organization in the country working to grow the entire ecosystem of organizations working right of center on climate change as the necessary basis for bipartisan breakthroughs. They're doing pioneering work, and you should definitely check them out. If there is any force that has proven most salient in upping climate ambition, and in both parties, it's young people and youth activism. This is something Congressman Curbelo and Senator Markey agreed on yesterday. So for this panel this morning, we have some of the top Gen Z climate organizers in the country. And now over to my talented colleague, George, who has extensive experience with right of center and bipartisan organizing, is a gifted strategist and leader to moderate today's conversation. Thank you.
Please welcome Nayeli Kobo, environmental activist and storyteller, co-founder of People Not Pozos. Chris Barnard, President, American Conservation Coalition. Our moderator, George Barakis, co-founder and chief strategy officer, Climate Solutions Action Fund. Amara Ifeje, young explorer, National Geographic. Gabriel Nagel, inaugural chairperson, EPA National Environmental Youth Advisory Council, and Claire Vasis, youth plaintiff, Held versus State of Montana.
Great. Well, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you to Lindi and Alex for those wonderful introductions. I'm really excited to be here bright and early on Tuesday morning, I will add, for a panel on a topic that I think we all care deeply about, and that's really, I think, consequential for this issue that we all are so passionate about, and that's Gen Z and young people's climate leadership. And I think, as you'll see from this panel that includes folks working in a number of different areas, advancing a number of different strategies and theories of change, that the climate movement is in good hands, and that while we still have much work to do to achieve the future that we all desire, a future where this issue is behind us, the leadership that you see here on this stage is incredibly inspiring and makes me optimistic for the future, and I hope it does the same for you all. So we're going to go right in. Chris, I want to start with you. You're a conservative. You run a conservative environmental organization. There are folks here who might not know that there are actually a lot of young Republicans and Republicans who are working on this issue. They don't get the kind of attention that some other groups do, but nonetheless they exist. One of the things we heard yesterday in yesterday's programming is that the partisan divide is really one of the great limiting factors that's preventing us from moving faster on climate policy here in the U.S. And many would say, critics would say, that the Republican Party is the leading kind of driving force behind that divide. So how would you respond to that? What work are you doing to overcome opposition? And what prospects do you think there are for creating a Republican Party that is more climate forward?
Yeah, well, thank you, George, and it's great to be here with you this morning. I want to start by doing a quick vibe check. I know we're at Harvard, but if you're willing to out yourself as a conservative, put up your hand. Okay, so now that we've established that I'm the token conservative in the room, I'm happy to introduce myself. Like George said, my name's Chris Barnard. I'm the president of a group called the American Conservation Coalition. We're the largest conservative environmental organization in the United States. We have, at this point, nearly 50,000 young members who identify as conservative, but also care about issues like climate change, clean energy, and the environment. And our mission is to build what we call the conservative environmental movement. It's a step in the footsteps of the greatest environmental president in American history, Teddy Roosevelt, and to show that not only conservatives care, but we have solutions and we're willing to stand up for those solutions. In terms of your question, I think there's really two competing narratives here. The first is, like you said, and like Alex said in his opening remarks, my side of the aisle has to take accountability for the fact that we've not been a part of this conversation. I think a lot of conservatives looked at the solutions of the left and said, we don't like those, so we're going to deny the problem altogether. And we stuck our heads in the sand. And frankly, we abdicated moral and political leadership in doing so. And that's why my organization exists, right? It's to bring conservatives back to the table and to show, like, Teddy Roosevelt was a conservationist. Nixon founded the Environmental Protection Agency. Reagan signed the Montreal Protocol. Like, the idea of conservation and conservatism being like two sides of the same coin is literally in the word conservative and conservation. And so that's really the first thing that needs to happen. Conservatives need to come back to the table. The second narrative here, which I admit might be the more controversial one here, is that I really believe that often the left and the environmental movement are their own worst enemies and have been a barrier to progress on these issues. What do I mean by that? If you look at Al Gore, who's kind of seen as the godfather of the modern climate movement in the United States, he's made a lot of predictions that were, quite frankly, alarmist and didn't come true. When you look at AOC, who says we need a $100 trillion Green New Deal, or billions of people will die, and we only have 12 years left to fix this, the average person looks at that and thinks, this is not very serious. Like, many conservatives look at that and they don't feel represented. They think this is extremist. If you look at climate protesters blocking traffic or throwing tomato soup at paintings, The average person looks at that and says, this is not representative of me. Why would I want anything to do with that? I think that same dynamic plays out in the policy sphere. For example, Bernie Sanders, also seen as a very pro-climate progressive, campaigned to shut down nuclear plants in his home state of Vermont. California, seen as one of the leaders on clean energy, shut down nuclear plants in California. New York shut down a nuclear plant just a couple of years ago, and emissions went up 25% within a few months. People look at that and say, well, you say you're for clean energy, you say you're for climate leadership, but then you do things like shut down nuclear plants. I think a similar dynamic happens on natural gas and LNG. Like, what is the number one reason why the United States has reduced emissions more than the next 8 countries in the world combined? It's a transition from coal to natural gas. But a few months ago, President Biden put a ban on new export terminals of LNG when most of the world still relies on coal. What's that going to do? It's going to increase the reliance on coal around the world, and it also makes it harder for our allies to transition. A final point, when we talk about the number one obstacle to clean energy deployment in the United States, the data is very clear that that's government red tape and regulation. So we talk a lot about the importance of permitting reform and getting that government red tape out of the way to allow the market to build these clean energy projects that we all want. But it's mostly environmental groups that are blocking these projects and suing these projects. And actually, Republicans in Congress are the ones trying to work on these issues. And so all of that to say is not that like the environmental movement is evil or completely wrong, but that there are opportunities for both sides to come together. I believe that Republicans need to come back to the table, and we're working to help do that, and we've made some progress. There's a conservative climate caucus in Congress that has nearly 100 Republicans in it that say they believe climate change is real and we need to do something about it. But I also believe that the environmental movement in the left needs to understand where it's gone wrong on issues like nuclear power, on issues like government red tape, and come to the center and talk to conservatives about ways that we can go together that actually builds a reliable, affordable, and clean energy future for all Americans.
Yeah, a lot to unpack there. I want to go to you next, Claire. So a little bit different theory of change. You're a plaintiff in Held versus Montana, which for those of you who don't know, definitely recommend looking into that case, but is considered a landmark case that established in your home state, Montana, the right to a healthy environment, and that said that the state must consider climate impacts and the impacts of those of climate change on its people when considering fossil fuel development. We've seen in recent years an increase, especially in the US, in climate-related litigation. It's an area that is likely to grow in the coming years. There's been mixed results on some of those cases, and there's been pushback in many of them. Talk a little bit about how you think about advancing climate action through the legal system, whether it's viable in the long term and what you see as the future of that strategy.
Sure. Thanks all of you for being here. For me, I really started the climate litigation process in a totally convoluted way. When I was in middle school, I raised money for solar panels on my school, thinking that would be the best way to help save money for my school's electricity bill. And I raised all of this money, and then I learned that my state has a cap on how many kilowatt hours you can put of solar panels on any building. And so with that cap, only about a quarter of my school's energy could actually be solar panels, even though I raised enough money for the whole thing. And so I was pretty disappointed to hear that, and I decided to work through the legislation to change that cap. I helped write some bills, I went to Congress, I lobbied, and none of the bills I worked on ever even made it out of committee. And I couldn't vote yet. I was just in high school by now. And so I realized that we have 3 branches of government for a reason, and it's important to hold our legislators and executive branch accountable when they're not representing the voices of Montanans or young people like me who just wanted to put solar on my school. And so I joined the lawsuit when I was 16 and sued the state of Montana for promoting fossil fuel industries. And we actually won our case last year, which is the first of its kind. So now my state has to think about climate change in every single policy decision, in every permitting process. And I think it means some real change, George. Yeah. But when I think about the future, I hope that my case shows that this is one way of making policy change for those who can't vote yet or can't run for office yet. And my case connects the right to a clean environment as a right rather than a political agenda issue. I think it transcends it transcends the messy politics that are usually part of the climate conversation. And now it also connects life, liberty, due process laws, the right to property, things that everyone can really get behind. And I think that really is the future of climate action.
Thank you for that. Yeah, definitely messy politics. Nayeli, I want to go to you next. You're an activist, leading against urban oil extraction in your home state of California and in your Los Angeles County. At 19, you helped lead a coalition that successfully shut down a toxic oil well that was negatively impacting your own health and the health of others. Similarly to the rise in climate-related litigation, we've seen a lot more direct, local, community-led action against fossil fuel development and fossil fuel infrastructure in recent years. Talk a little bit about how you view that local community action in the broader context of the systems change that we need to, really get ahead of this problem, and how you view your own role within those efforts.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Happy to be here with you all. I live in Los Angeles, California. I grew up in South LA. I grew up 30 feet from an active oil and gas well that severely impacted my health. From nosebleeds to asthma to cancer, I've unfortunately had it all, and I fight every day so my story ends with me. I fight because I believe everyone has the right to breathe clean air regardless of their age, their gender, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, or zip code. Clean air is a basic human right that's being denied to us. Community organizing and grassroots organizing, I think, is extremely vital to our movement, as is storytelling. I think storytelling is a very compelling form of activism that oftentimes goes unnoticed, and that is what can bring one another. That is what helps us empathize with each other besides seeing big numbers or statistics. It's real. It's a human life. And I truly don't believe that there's anyone better to fight for the community better than the community itself. No one knows, in our community, no one knew the issues better than our surrounding community. Nobody knew the day-to-day struggle of having to breathe toxic emissions and not opening the window in your very own home. We had the issue at hand and we knew the solutions. What we didn't have was the support. And that's why it's so important my mom says that this movement is a puzzle piece. That this is a big puzzle and everyone is a unique puzzle piece, and without you, the puzzle is incomplete. And there's no job that you can do better for this movement than you and yourself. And taking that into the community and showing that for so long my community was viewed as disposable. I grew up in what is called a sacrifice zone. It's in the name. We were viewed as silent, as invisible, and we said we are anything but that. We raised our fists in the air and we started demanding our basic human right of breathing clean air, and that community, my very precious, beloved community, shut that oil well down. Not only did we permanently shut it down, but the oil well executives are also facing criminal charges, over 20 criminal charges for those violations. I began my activism as a form of survival. It was born out of survival. I didn't learn the word activism until I was 11, and I began my activism as a 9-year-old. That is the case here. The urgency that us frontline communities act with day to day is the urgency we invite you all to act with, because our lives are literally on the line. And we don't know, it's not a question of if, but when your lives will be on the line too, because this affects everyone.
Thank you for that. Amar, I want to go to you next. You're from Maine, nearby to Massachusetts. You're the director of the Maine Environmental Education Association, director of policy, excuse me, for the Maine Environmental Education Association. You're also a youth member of the Maine Climate Council, appointed by the governor. Your work focuses on educating youth about the environment and expanding access to outdoor spaces and nature. In 2022, you helped pass a bill through the Maine legislature which helped secure funding to expand climate educational programs in the state. Talk a little bit about what environmental education really is, what it means, and what we need to be doing to ensure that youth are growing up, going through school systems that are really teaching them about climate change and its impacts.
Yeah, for sure. Hi, everyone. It's a deep privilege to be here today. My name is Amari Feiji. I am from Maine. I grew up on the unceded land of the Wabanaki people. I'm from Nigeria. My family has resided in Igbo land for thousands of years, and I have a deep privilege to be an Igbo person. I came to environmental education by accident, and I think that's a theme that we've all kind of stumbled upon the work that has called to us. I remember I lived in Maryland until I was 9, and so my grandfather, he had a very small space in our backyard, and he did a lot of farming. Later in life, I realized that this practice that he was doing of tending to the land was really something that he learned in a scarce time of survival during the Nigerian Biafran War. And so I watched my grandfather. I didn't help him at all because, you know, I was like 7. I didn't want to help him or anything like that. But I watched my grandfather really tentatively, and I think that was the beginning of a passion for the environment. When I moved to Maine, I didn't have very many opportunities to explore that passion. Where I grew up, where I'm from, is often not the best place for a young person of color to go out and engage in the outdoors. And the way I actually found the environment was in my basement. I was that science fair kid. I grew plants, I grew fungi, and I tested their viability to remove heavy metals from stormwater. And so in my basement, that's how I was able to grow in my love of the environment of the outdoors. Really siloed with that was my advocacy for racial justice in my school district, and really demanding that my school district hear some of the things that the students were saying around it not being the most inclusive environment. And so I had the environment on one hand, and I had racial justice on the other. I never let those two things intersect until I realized that my voice, my perspective as a Black woman in the environmental movement is so critical because it is my communities and other communities of color that face the brunt of the environmental crisis that we're currently facing. And so my work in environmental education is really to allow for other young folks of color to see themselves in the movement, as we are often not represented in our pictures or getting cropped out of photos of young leaders in the world leading on the environment. And so I'm committed to environmental education for that reason of ensuring that the most marginalized and the most underrepresented voices in the environmental movement have a say and are able to access nature and fall in love with something so that they too can fight for that thing and take charge of leading their communities in that as well.
Super, thank you. All right, Gabe, last but not least, everyone, Gabe is the co-chair of the EPA's Youth Advisory Council, which is a new entity that's helping integrate youth perspectives into the EPA's work. Gabe, you're also a recipient of the President's Environmental Youth Award, and you're a global ambassador for climate action of the UN's Association of the United States. I think it'd be good for everyone to hear a little bit more about your work on the EPA's Advisory Council and your broader work as well. How is the EPA integrating youth perspectives and ways of thinking into that agency's work and more broadly throughout the government?
Yeah, absolutely, George. So I will start off by saying, yeah, I am the inaugural chairperson of NEAC. NEAC is the EPA's National Environmental Youth Advisory Council. I'm here speaking on my civilian capacity, so not direct views of the agency. But I'll start off, as many people have, on their climate story. So I got started in climate change quite young, like many others. I remember that it was 7th grade when I was in my middle school classroom. I was in science class, and I first saw the graph of rising carbon emissions and global temperatures. I just remember it kept going up, and I saw that chart, and I think that it didn't hit me then that this was a crisis. I just, I saw that this was bad, but I didn't realize what the impacts of the climate crisis would mean. And later on, it was about 8th grade, over the summer, I was living in Boulder, Colorado, and there had actually been a wildfire, and that fire came directly up to my house. I remember just seeing the flames. It had impacted and unfortunately devastated a few of our neighbors' homes, and we were getting evacuated. And I remember realizing in that moment that the climate crisis, it isn't something of the future. It's not just about emissions continuing to rise or temperatures rising. It's something that's of the present. The climate crisis is the present. And I realized also at the same time that I was so privileged to have had the capacity to escape from that situation and then come back, but many other people don't have that ability. I mean, I'm half Filipino, and my family in the Philippines, I hear quite frequently how typhoons there are getting more intense, more frequent, and it's really impacting people's lives. And the climate crisis, it's going to impact everyone, but I think everyone to a different extent. So I want to take a quick moment. It's early in the morning, but I want everyone to just breathe in for a second and breathe out. Okay, so just go with me for a second. And then a second time. So this is air that we all share. We're all on this planet together, and I think we're aware of that, but sometimes we lose sight of that and how powerful that can be. So my activism, after I was realizing how the climate crisis was impacting everyone, I wanted to start off directly at my school district because that's what I knew. That was a community that I knew. I started off working on a climate justice policy. So it was distinct from other policies around the nation, and it didn't have goals just of 100% renewable electricity by 2030 or carbon neutrality by 2050. It involved the key aspects of environmental justice, which meant rerouting buses due to air pollution. It meant involving and incorporating school gardens directly to provide food security. So there were all of these different components. And through that, I was able to really start my career in climate action. It was later then over the summer that I had the chance to engage actually with the vice president and talk about how this could be a model for the nation in getting more young people involved. We talk a lot about how people are disproportionately impacted by climate change. One of those groups are here, young people. We are inheriting the climate crisis. So now in my work at the EPA, I think that this is a chance to really continue that fight at another level. We're providing direct advice to the EPA administrator. And as Lindi mentioned previously, I think that this is an opportunity not just for us to be tokens in the room as young people, but to actually have our advice at the table and listened to.
Thank you. So now that you have sort of a baseline understanding of who these incredible leaders are, I want to dive into some specific issues relating to kind of youth, the role of youth in the climate movement. And I want to start with sort of a leveling question at first. As many of you mentioned, the power of the youth to sort of catalyze greater action has been well documented in the climate movement, as it has, by the way, in many other movements of the past, social movements of the past. At the same time, though, as we've heard from leaders yesterday at this conference and will continue to hear today, as it currently stands, we're not winning this battle. I mean, we all have to level with this fact. Emissions are going up. Climate targets that are set and established by scientists are slipping out of our reach. And for young people, while there's also a cohort of young people who are very highly engaged on this issue, especially in Generation Z, There are many more young people who are still on the sidelines and who are incredibly disillusioned with our institutions, the political process, and have given in to that disillusionment and don't see a pathway for engaging constructively on this issue. So I want to ask you all, how do we as the young people powering this movement really level up to change the trajectory that we're currently on, which is really not good? Who wants to start that one off? I'm going to pick someone if you don't, so.
I can go.
Go.
I think it's really important to feel our feelings, knowing that it's valid to be angry, it's valid to feel sad when you look outside and there's a big oil well instead of a tree as your neighbor. That's valid. But it's extremely important to use those feelings and channel it back into our advocacy. It's okay to make noise in that aspect, and I think it's extremely important to educate ourselves, because we can't create change unless we know what's wrong in our communities. And activism is also very imaginative in the way that we envision a better world. We come up with, we use our imagination to create this better world and solutions. I think it's also very important to know that there's no time like the present to get involved. I mean, I was in elementary school. I was learning 5 + 5? And it's the love that I had for my community that truly pushed me into this. It was, no one ever believes me, but I was so shy. I would not talk to my own shadow. I was attached to my mom by the hip, and it was my activism and the love for my community that continued to push me to face new challenges. And I think that's something that is extremely important for now, knowing that we have the power, we have the abilities. No one can tell you your story is not valid. No one, I don't know all the legal terms, I don't know all the scientific terms, and I'm always very open and honest about that. I know my story, and that's what I'm always going to share. I know how my community has been severely impacted by the fossil fuel crisis and the climate crisis, and that's what I'm always going to share truthfully and unapologetically. I think that also transcends to this youth activism part. It's let's roll up our sleeves, let's stand up with one another and say, you know what, this isn't my area of expertise, but I can show up for you. How can we build that bridge with one another and just start?
Yeah. Anyone else want to take a bite at that?
You want to go? I'm happy to go. Go ahead. I think, obviously, some of the most impactful movements in history have been led by young people. If you even look at the American founding, the average age among the founders was pretty young, and some of them were in their teenagers, literally, when they were literally founding this country. And it's kind of amazing to contrast that with the fact that we have 80-year-olds battling it out right now to become president of the United States. And we can all agree that that doesn't represent us. I don't think anyone on this panel necessarily feels represented by that. And so I think the voices of young people are incredibly important. Obviously, as a young person, I have a stake in saying that. But I will also say that there is a risk as well. I'm concerned not just with young people being heard, I'm concerned with the half of the country that right now is not at the table being at the table. And we don't always think about it in those terms, but literally half of the United States has a stake in the future of this country, has a stake in the future of a healthy, clean environment for them to live in, but they are not at the table, they don't feel represented, and they look at a lot of youth climate activism and they don't take it seriously. I mean, like I mentioned, whether it's blocking traffic or throwing soup at paintings, things like that. Young people need to find productive ways to have their voices be heard, not destructive ways. And I think a lot of people also look at some youth climate groups that have veered away from talking about just climate change or the environment and talk about things that are not directly relevant to their mission, whether it's a war happening in the Middle East or things the Supreme Court might be doing on issues that are not directly relevant to climate. I'm telling you guys, the half of the country that's not bought in is getting less bought in because of that. And if we really want to save our country, save our world, and do something about this issue, we need both sides to come together, and we need to find a message that appeals to both sides. And my concern with my worry about youth climate activism is that we don't always think through it from that lens. And so a lot of what I'm concerned about is how can we be productive parts of this conversation rather than having mission creep or doing destructive things that might bring attention, but not the kind of attention that we want.
And to add, to add another layer onto this, because I want to get you in, Amara, as well. Chris, you sort of mentioned some of these fissures that you feel. And I think more broadly, as youth have sort of risen up in this climate movement, really in the past 3 to 5 years, significantly, there have been fissures that have emerged in the climate movement, and I think we're all familiar with some of them. Environmental justice, the extent to which that should be a priority is something that is very much a point of discussion, where there's divergence between younger, more kind of ambitious activists and older, more institutional sort of players in the environmental movement. Chris, I know this is something you mentioned as well, whether we should support market-based solutions or not. That's another area where there's, deep divisions. The tension between grassroots and other forms of activism. So there are these fissures that are emerging both politically, of course, but also in the kind of tactics that are kind of acceptable in the mainstream of this movement. So adding on another layer to the previous question, sort of, how do you navigate those sort of fissures?
Yeah, I did want to give an exemplar of like the work that I do related to what Chris and Nayeli have said, really about storytelling as a critical tool for social transformation. It is absolutely correct that when we talk about climate, there are going to be individuals that do not resonate with a piece of the climate movement. And so what I found that has been so helpful and motivating is working on a climate education bill 2 years ago in Maine. I really made sure to craft the story that I was telling to my legislators in ways that would resonate with them, with ways that would resonate with the communities that they served. For some of the legislators, it was really highlighting equity. There are communities in Maine whose youth do not have any access to climate education, who need investments to do that work so that they can then care about climate, care about the environment, and be more knowledgeable, and then take action in their communities. For other legislators, it was around workforce development. If Maine youth know about these things, know about climate, they know about the green workforce, they're going to be able to contribute to the workforce and thus want to stay in Maine, because we have a huge workforce gap in Maine. And that's something a lot of legislators are really trying to tackle. And so I think that there is so much room for multiple different issues within the climate crisis, because for me, at least, climate change is the ultimate unifier. If you take one issue that you're deeply passionate about, and then you add a layer of climate change, that issue is likely going to be exacerbated. And I think it's important to have an intersectional perspective. And then also, when you're sharing about that narrative, it's really important to meet folks where they're at in order for them to see where you are as well.
Either of you want to get in on either of those two questions? How do we level up, and also how do you guys address some of the fissures and divisions that are emerging within the mainstream environmental movement?
I'll jump in first on the leveling up question. So, I think this is something that Nayeli, you mentioned, also Amari too, on specifically, the power of our stories. Like each person, we all have a climate story. Even if it might not be something that you immediately think about, but there's at least some way that I think everyone has been impacted by climate change, or at least is going to be impacted. And I think in terms of leveling up our action, what that means is bringing together those stories. It means bringing together climate stories to learn from them and see different perspectives of the crisis as a whole. So that's how I got started initially back in high school. I remember that I connected with students from other different schools within Denver to work together and really put our voices together and advocate for this climate policy. We went to our school board meetings, month after month for almost 2 years before the policy was passed. And I think that persistence, that drive, came from hearing how many other people had a stake in the policy that we were working on and how it unified us. And I think that, that goes along the lines of healing these sort of divides, these partisan divides. I think that climate change is really something that can unify both parties, and it's something that needs to get done because, as you mentioned as well, climate action isn't going to happen if we are continually divided. And I mean, it's a tough question. I don't know how we're going to get there, but I know that it starts by combining and seeing how our stories intersect.
And maybe one additional sort of layer that I would add on top of that is, the language that we use really matters. And it's a sign of our times, unfortunately, where language becomes very coded and can be very powerful in determining how someone thinks about something, especially something that they maybe have not thought have not thought deeply about before. And so, I feel this in my own work too, as I think you do as well, Chris, that, I think we need to be careful about the language that we use and use language, as you mentioned, Amara, and messages that will resonate with communities that perhaps haven't been in this discussion before, but also are facing these real impacts, and they may not think about it as climate impacts or carbon emissions or all of these uber kind of scientific terms. They might just see their agricultural crops being damaged year after year, for example. So I think the language we use really matters. I want to, do you want to add something there?
I was going to just quickly chime in. That's a really important point, and I think there's such importance to our language being hopeful. There's actually a professor at Harvard called Steven Pinker who has done research, psychological research, on how to communicate these issues. And if you tell people that it's going to be terrible, that there's a crisis and millions of people might die, A, people are less likely to believe it's true, and B, they're less likely to want to do something about it. If you tell people, like, look, there's this challenge, it's real, we need to do something about it, but if we come together and through collaboration and innovation actually solve this problem, the research is very clear that A, you're more likely to accept the problem, and B, you're more likely to volunteer or do something about it. And like in terms of the communities that we engage with, like the agricultural communities, the rural communities, the people that do not feel represented by this conversation, if you go up to them and talk about climate crisis, their ears shut off immediately. And I think like this is maybe a challenge to my fellow panelists. Like I think it's very easy to throw out those terms of climate crisis, but A, that'll, I think, further polarize this conversation with the people that don't resonate with that. But secondly, the research just shows that like so many young people feel so-called climate anxiety. You have like 1/3 of children in the UK growing up with climate nightmares. 1/3 of women under the age of 35 now say they're concerned about having children because of climate change. I think if we throw around terms that we're not careful with, we risk further polarizing the conversation. We risk actually alienating the people that we need on board to be hopeful rather than be gripped by anxiety. And I think that's something that's a challenge from like a conservative who cares about the environment to the climate community. I think we need to be a lot more careful and a lot more hopeful.
No doubt, and making sure that we have people, as you mentioned before, Nayeli, feeling agency to actually do something and not to succumb to their fear or and become sort of apathetic. I want to talk a little bit about social media, which is, much has been made about our generation's embrace of social media. Increasingly, and again, this is a trend that I think has accelerated in recent years, social media has become a tool for activism, and it's been a tool that increasingly we've seen younger generations use to power social movements, to connect. As we all know, social media, as it's been documented as well, also has pretty significant negative impacts on society. It can corrode mental health, exacerbate political divisions, and as we all know, simply liking something or posting something is not the same as really creating tangible change in your community. How do you all think about social media in your own work? And it's okay if you don't think about it at all. I realize that not everyone in our generation is an influencer, but probably a bigger proportion of our generation is than the Gen X and boomers in the crowd. So talk about how you think about social media and whether you think that, or maybe we should be rethinking our use of social media in this very polarized age.
I can chime in. I will say, I am someone who believes in social media as for my aunties. So when I have something like a grad pic to post for my aunties to see, not necessarily social media in terms of integrating it into the work that I do, but albeit, I do think social media is really, really powerful in connecting folks. And I think one of the most powerful tenets of social media is really around giving people tools and resources. One of the words that I really hold near and dear to my heart in thinking about climate work that a lot of folks have alluded to are eco-emotions, and also thinking about psychological resilience when we're talking about climate, because it is something that keeps a lot of people up at night, and a lot of people grapple with those emotions. And so I came across a post about a year and a half ago around eco-emotions and naming that. And so because of that social media post, I now have the tools to describe a feeling that I'm feeling, but also, especially as an environmental educator, a tool to tell youth, hey, this might be how you're feeling. These are the resources that you might want to seek out. This is what you should talk to your parents, caregivers, educators about. And so I think social media is really powerful in that regard, and allowing people to have the tools to name how they're feeling, and then also disseminate resources that might allow them to grapple with some of the things that they're facing as well, and also further get involved through events that are posted on social media and things. So for all of those reasons, I think social media is really powerful.
I'd also like to say that it can't be the only way that we work with climate action. I grew up on a small farm in Montana. I grew up in an area that doesn't have much tech access, and a lot of the places that are really impacted by climate change that might be more rural, that might not have as much money, also have lack of tech access. And in that way, I think it's really important to use community-based methods of change. Working with people face-to-face is something that a lot of people really, really value too.
Yeah.
And so I think it's important to approach the issue in all sorts of ways, and I think that's something that I really like about what young people are doing with the climate movement. We're coming about it in all different shapes and sizes.
Yeah. Just because we're starting to run low on time, I want to get to these two final questions and have each of you answer a little bit quicker. We're obviously in an educational institution right now. There's been a lot that's been made about the role of educational institutions in advancing social causes, including the climate cause. You know, and at this conference, there are many practitioners like yourselves, but there's also academics, scientists, people who are developing policy and researching policy. If you, as young climate activists, had one topic that you wish got more attention from academic institutions, what would it be? Let's start over there and move down.
The oil well in my community operates on land that is leased to them by the Archdiocese of Los Angeles, so the church is involved. As a community, we've been fighting those three monsters: the oil industry, the broken regulatory system people of color constantly fight, and the Archdiocese without attacking the faith. I like to make that very clear. This is just because they operate on land leased to them by the Archdiocese, it doesn't make them holy emissions. It is unfortunate.
That was good.
Thank you. It is, in all honesty, another way that the church is abusing children, and we have to hold them accountable. We cannot let that slide. And as someone that went to Catholic school her entire life, first grade through senior year of high school, it's because of what they have taught me that I do feel like I have to hold them accountable for being hypocrites.
Chris?
I would say one of the few things that we just really don't address in this conversation, and it's because it's really not a fun or sexy topic to talk about, but is the topic of trade-offs. I think in a lot of conversations around energy and climate and economic growth and things like that, we make perfect the enemy of the good. And something that I firmly believe, working a lot with conservatives and Republicans, is that we need to find the areas of overlap and focus on those rather than have constant litmus tests for people to maybe oh, actually net zero by 2045 or maybe 2040 or maybe 2035. Yeah. I think these litmus tests are deeply unhelpful in actually getting people to come together and make policy. But the other thing is, like for example, when we talk about, like I mentioned LNG earlier and natural gas, we need to be clear-eyed about the realities of the energy system in the world. 2/3 of the world still relies on coal or on wood or biomass to produce their basic electricity. Transitioning them to natural gas is indisputably a climate win, and then maybe we can go to nuclear or renewables or whatever it might be. But we can't just be naive about that, and we can't just shut down the energy systems that people rely on for their basic goods and services every single day. And we don't understand that most people in the developing world are more concerned about finding their meal for the day or having a roof over their head than they are about like the clean electricity that they might want, but it's not necessarily their first concern. And so we need to be able to balance these different conversations. We need to understand the role of economic growth versus different types of energy, and also wanting to make environmental progress and move towards clean energy, but we can't do that overnight. We can't do that in a way where the solutions are worse than the problem. And I think that's just a conversation that we're very often not willing to have, and one that I think is really important.
Amara?
Yeah, on a similar note of a global perspective, as a person from the Global South, whose family has lived in the Global South, who still has family in the Global South, I think one of the things that I personally am very interested in exploring and things that my communities tell me is really around the externalized cost of this energy transition on the Global South. We're thinking about Congo, where there is a lot of cobalt mining that is decimating communities. Thinking about where we're getting our lithium and where we're getting other minerals for batteries and things. These are having negative impacts on the Global South as they continue to face the brunt of the climate crisis as well, although they have contributed very, very little to the problem itself. This is something that I wish would be more at the table in thinking about these communities. And like Chris, as you mentioned, folks are thinking about where their next meal is coming from. In Nigeria, there's unprecedented inflation right now that I keep hearing from my aunts and uncles and things, where they don't know where they're gonna get their rice from because rice is just at an exorbitant cost. And so on top of that, when we're talking about things like a lot of e-waste that goes to Nigeria and Ghana, and other ways that we're externalizing these costs, that needs to be at the forefront of the conversation.
Gabe?
So I'll start off with a disclaimer. I'm 19, so I do not have any like research experience or any of the stuff necessarily in academia. But one thing that I do think needs further research and investigation is this whole concept of climate anxiety. I mean, as young people, I think a lot of us here feel this pressure that it's somehow our responsibility to solve this crisis, and there's so much pressure put on how we're gonna do that. I think that climate change is fundamentally, it's an intergenerational issue, and that's something that we really need to start recognizing. On the line of climate anxiety, I remember reading that some 80% of young people under the age of 25 are extremely worried about the future of our planet. And that's something that cannot be ignored. I mean, I have talked to peers who are continually worried about how they are getting involved within this, as part of the solution, but also just this overwhelm. And it goes back to what you mentioned previously, along how if you tell someone about a climate crisis, it puts them in crisis mode and shuts them down. And I think that's something that we really need to explore if we're going to tackle this effectively. We need to act urgently, but also in a way that protects our mental health as well.
Claire?
For me, I didn't learn what climate change was in school. That just wasn't part of the curriculum. It was seeing the river in my house evaporate. It was seeing wildfires burn my community that made climate change real to me. And I think that's something that's shared with a lot of young people, is seeing it happen is what makes it feel real to them. And so I believe that it's necessary we put more research into local data and seeing it happen in these communities, especially in urban communities that might not have as noticeable impacts as it is on my farm. And I think there's looking at the world going up a degree in temperature doesn't mean as much as seeing it happen in your community. So I really think we should invest research and time into seeing it on the local level.
A lot of interesting topics that the folks here who are involved in research should research, excuse me. We're literally running out of time, but I really need to get this, everyone, just a couple words to finish us off for the morning. What are you most optimistic about, as young people looking at the future? Claire, why don't you start, and then we'll go down this.
I'm really optimistic about the dialogue, the climate dialogue, because this wasn't something we were talking about as much in the past decades, and now it's really happening, and there's people on the stage, that come from all different backgrounds, and we really want to come together for this, and I think now is the time.
Thank you. Gabe?
I would say that it's likely the partnership between young people, these grassroots movements, and also large institutions. I mean, this is something that I mentioned earlier to Lindi as well, and that I was really skeptical about, NEAC to start with, if I'm being entirely honest. But I've realized that governments really are willing to listen to young people, and we need more governments across the world to start doing that, more institutions to start taking our voices seriously.
Yeah, definitely agree on that note. I am the youth representative on the Maine Climate Council, and that was also a role I was kind of hesitant to take on, but just has been such a wonderful experience over this past year plus to engage with people in government, to engage with nonprofit leaders, with philanthropy, with a wonderful mix of 39 individuals who represent a lot of different institutions that are really leading the cause.
Chris?
Yeah, I still believe that America is the greatest nation in the world, and we put a man on the moon, we put the internet in the palm of our hands, and I think we can solve the climate challenge. I think innovation and ingenuity is going to pave the way for that. I believe that we're very capable of that. Just 2 weeks ago, I was at the launch party for the 2 newest nuclear reactors in the United States in Georgia, and we know we can build big things. We can embark on big projects, we can be successful, and we need to do a lot more of that. And I think innovation and ingenuity is the way that we do that.
Nayeli, close us out.
I'm hopeful for how much the youth are becoming involved. I remember being the only youth in spaces, and to look around, we're on a youth panel at Harvard. That's pretty cool. That's not something that comes by every casually, and I think that the youth, we are taking our power. We're stepping up, we're making our voices heard, and we're demanding our voices are being heard at that.
Well, great. Thank you to you all for your inspirational leadership, and thank you to you all for hearing us out.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm sure that many of you can understand why this was one of my favorite panels to plan. One of the other wonderful things about Harvard Climate Action Week is that we have really reached wider and newer audiences. And as a result of that, we have a very exciting surprise guest joining us this morning. When I heard that this might be a possibility last night, I got very excited to share with you that Ali Zaidi, who is the White House National Climate Advisor, wanted to stop by and share a couple of updates with us. So I will be very quick in my introduction. Ali is a Harvard College graduate, so he's got a natural connection to Harvard University, and he leads the White House Office of Climate Policy, which coordinates all of the policy development and President Biden's all-of-government approach to tackle the climate crisis. Zaidi is a longtime advisor to President Biden, having provided counsel and leadership on climate policy development, legislation, and executive action from day one of the administration. He joined the Biden-Harris administration after serving as the state of New York's Deputy Secretary for Energy Environment and chairman of the Climate Policy and Finance, where he led the state's effort on climate change, driving investment into infrastructure, innovation, empowering workers and communities, and boosting economic and environmental resilience. Like many of our speakers, and like many of the themes you're hearing about at Harvard Climate Action Week, Zaidi embodies cross-sector, multidisciplinary experience, and he's the kind of person who listens. Zaidi served as the Associate Director for Natural Resources, Energy, and Science for the Office of Management and Budget. He also advises nonprofits such as the Natural Resources Defense Council, where he serves as a trustee, and he counsels the private sector as an attorney who's helped to launch a sustainable investment practice. I am so pleased that Ali had time to stop by and share some remarks with us today, and I want you to give him a warm welcome.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome, for the opportunity to stop by. And I feel like just listening to the Gen Z panel, and my job is done. Let me start there. We've got a whole generation of young people who have grown up seeing the sky turn orange, breathing smoke into their lungs, and watching the devastation of floods and hurricanes, the fury of extreme weather hurt lives and livelihoods. There's a lot of, I think, founded reason to approach this moment with a sense of doom and despair. But my message to you is, I think, the summary of the message from the panel before. And that is that this is a story we can write with a very different ending. And it's if we approach it with a sense of hopefulness and a recognition of the possibilities that are embedded if we get the job done and we do it right. I know folks have been scanning the breadth of the topic. Climate change encompasses so much. So very quickly, I want to run through the way I see the opportunities, the possibilities for uplift across our economy and reaching all across the world. First is our building sector, which we've stared at for a really long time and thought, well, we'll catch the next replacement cycle, the next set of appliances, the next time we build, and slowly but surely, we have started the task of updating our building codes for what we build tomorrow. In fact, the bipartisan infrastructure law, we secured funding to help states get their codes up to snuff. But that's the stuff we're going to build in the future. What about everything we've got going on right now? And there, I think, is a gargantuan challenge. People say, what are the moonshots in climate? I know it's not sexy to suggest it, but retrofitting buildings is the moonshot. It's going to be super duper hard. And the reason is because there are a bunch of split incentives. The economics are challenging. The technology is emerging. But think about this. As we pace out of incrementalism and into the level of transformation that we need to achieve, the president declared an emergency, used the Defense Production Act to stand up capacity to manufacture heat pumps in the United States. And a bunch of governors got together and they set a goal for this decade to deploy those heat pumps, 20 million, not 5, not 100, not 1,000, 20 million. And the sheet metal workers, the unions that do this work, they've stood up a whole program to train up the workers to get the job done. This is a chance to make homes more comfortable, make homes more affordable, and to curb emissions in a sector we've stared at and been befuddled. That's the building sector. And there we need smart folks from design. We need smart folks thinking about community organizing. We need folks thinking through the engineering of the built environment in a fundamentally different way. Not just how do we build the next beautiful, perfect building, but how do we make beautiful the stuff we've got built all around us already? I think about the industrial sector, labeled as hard to decarbonize. I was with the team that went to Paris in 2015 to set the targets for the world, and the United States brought with it profound ambition, 85% by the middle of the decade, by the middle of the century, sorry. Would have been great if it was the middle of the decade. And hiding in that 15% was the industrial sector, because we thought we didn't have the tools. Today we do. There are material scientists that are pioneering ways not just to produce concrete without putting emissions into the sky. They've thought through how to breathe the emissions back in, to make materials that aren't just clean, that help actually clean up the air that we've got around us. But the technology can only go so far. I think you've heard this convening about the possibilities if we harness our trade policy in a meaningful way. If we start not just in meaningful way to level the playing field on trade policy, but to level up, to see embodied carbon as it moves across borders, and to reward folks for being clean. To do that, we need diplomats. We need new economics. I met with a bunch of accountants. We need the accountants to step up and help us construct a whole new way of going about the task and the challenge. And if we do it right, we build out not just a cleaner sector here in the United States, but as the world industrializes, especially in the global south, we give them a chance to leap forward to a way to industrialize green. The power sector. I too was at Vogtle, standing in front of 2 gigawatts of new nuclear energy. I also went to New Mexico, where a new power line is being built, 2 gigawatts to ship solar from the Southwest into the load pockets in LA. I've talked to the union workers who are helping build out the 2 gigawatts of offshore wind off the coast of Virginia. Hoover Dam was 2 gigawatts. People say, oh, our imaginations shrunk. Today in the United States, we're adding more capacity to the electric grid than we have in 2 decades. 96% of that in 2024 is slated to be clean. Everywhere you look, we are building Hoover Dam-sized projects. We're doing it with products made in America in a way that puts not just steel in the ground, but steel into the spine of the American middle class, which has been systematically disinvested in. This is our chance. This is our opportunity to clean up the grid in a big way. But you've read the articles. It's not easy to get all of this new power on the grid. We're talking about hundreds of gigawatts being built here and then thousands around the world. And one of the things you run into, you think, oh, maybe it's the technology. Well, there's work on the technology. It's ongoing. We're making a ton of progress. Well, maybe it's the permitting and siting. Well, we're improving government systems. We're helping actually integrate machine learning and AI into the processing of permits. You could help us do that. But one of the things that's created a bunch of roadblocks is the economics question, and frankly, the social justice question of who pays to interconnect more power onto the grid. That's not permitting. There's no tree standing between you and plugging into the grid. Oftentimes, it's just this question of, will it be the existing users? What do we do with low and moderate income ratepayers and their rates? How do we protect them? How do we strengthen our industry? How do we grow our clean capacity? These are hard questions, but they're important ones for folks here to take on. We've heard conversation about the agriculture sector. You've got an FDA that's approved feed additive to help us tackle some of the methane. Comes out of cow farts. Pernicious problem, cow farts. But also we've got, through the Inflation Reduction Act, now 80,000 farms, 75 million acres signed up for climate smart agriculture. And for a bunch of family farmers, this is a chance to make it to next year. It's a massive, massive deal. But how do we scale that up? How do we do it in a big way? Same question in transportation. How do we scale up the infrastructure to plug in heavy-duty vehicles, to take particulate matter out of the sky? The answer to all of these questions, to me, boils down to that case for hopefulness and optimism. We've got cascading risk from the physical environment to the real economy, to our very biology and physiology, to our psyche and our psychology, and we've got massive opportunity. Not just to bend the curve on emissions, but to lift up communities, to deliver environmental justice, to strengthen the coalition that help pass things like the Inflation Reduction Act. Political economy, the work of community building, the work of partnership, the work of thinking through the externalities, the balance of systems, whatever your discipline calls the way you plug in to the rest of the world, that is the essential task to get right. Because in the decisive decade for climate action, we cannot slow down. We can't U-turn. We can't pump the brakes. We've got to figure out a way to go faster. And the answer of how we go faster is not just hopefulness and optimism. Underneath it, there is something a little bit more profound. I've had a lot of classes in this room. And one of the professors always used to say that the answers to the questions of justice, even if you don't answer them, you live a version of them. As we take on the climate crisis, we've got to think about all of the implications. We've got to have the fullness of the dialogue. If we answer it right, a way to bend the curve, not just of emissions, but the moral arc of the universe towards justice, will go faster. Very grateful for this convening, for the leadership of the Institute, for the university, and for all of the scholars and the practitioners, and in particular, the young people in the room who are going to help us get the job done. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ali. That was just great. And we are really pleased that you're able to stop by and address this group. One of the things that Ali mentioned was the importance of the grid in terms of transitioning to a clean energy system. So a core principle of this transition is that we need to electrify as much as possible, and that electricity needs to be generated from renewable sources. Electrifying as much as possible means electrifying the transportation sector. Ali spoke about electrifying, using heat pumps to electrify heat and provide more cooling in existing buildings. It means electrifying other aspects of the industrial sector through electrical arc furnaces we talked about yesterday. And it also means that we need to be able to provide additional capacity for industrial electricity growth, for example, through AI usage and data centers. The grid sits at the heart of this, and the ability to transmit power from the clean sources, from the wind in the Midwest, from the solar in the Southwest, to the load centers in the East and the West and the Great Lakes region, requires interstate transmission. It requires the ability to connect those projects to the grid, and it requires a planning process that is up to this task. We have actually had a stagnant energy demand over many decades now, over a couple of decades, and is now starting to ramp up in a really big way. That ramping up of the power demand, combined with new sources of power coming online, is posing substantial problems for siting, technical problems, but most of all, these human system problems. Fortunately, today, we are able to have a couple of people talking to us about this in the context of releasing a new report that is joint between the Roosevelt Project, joint between MIT and Harvard. It's a joint effort of the Salata Institute and the Roosevelt Project, where there's authors from both institutions, and it's looking at some of the challenges that are facing the grid transition today. They have a series of recommendations based on their analysis, and I'm really looking forward to the conversation. The conversation will be between two people. Ernie Moniz is the former Secretary of Energy. He was the 13th Secretary of Energy from 2013 to 2017. He's been a longstanding faculty member at MIT. He was one of the people who was really behind driving forward the claim of Paris and the architecture of the Paris Climate Agreement. Before that, he founded the MIT Energy Initiative, and he's currently president and CEO of the Energy Futures Initiative. He's also the initiator of the Roosevelt Project collaboration. Stephen Salabaher is the Frank G. Thompson Professor of Government in the Faculty of Arts and Sciences at Harvard. He is an expert in public opinions and elections with a focus on energy and the environment. Among many other things, Steve is the principal investigator of one of the Salata Institute research clusters, this one on challenges facing communities in the energy transition. So let me welcome Ernie and Steve to the stage.
Thank you, John. Good morning. Who are you, and why are you here? This project really grew out of a set of collaborations that Harvard and MIT have been doing over the span of, how long have we been working on this?
2018, I think we started.
2018. And it's gone through a series of phases. We started off thinking about the problems and challenges that were ahead of us. But the Roosevelt Project really started when you came out of the Department of Energy, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And what were the ideas behind the Roosevelt Project?
So the core idea really is that from the climate perspective, putting aside the social equity issues for the moment, that if we do not upfront take into account the legitimate concerns of workers and communities facing the clean energy transition, that frankly we would just continue to have political headwinds in terms of the transition. And so the idea was to focus on specific communities because right from the beginning we made the assumption that was then, I think, analytically backed up in the work that the issue that we outlined is really one that has enormous geographical specificity. There's not a one-size-fits-all. And so we constructed a project that, first of all, I should say, is named the Roosevelt Project because the trick question is which Roosevelt, and everybody is right because it's three Roosevelts. Franklin Roosevelt, the New Deal, basically obviously addressing the dire economic situation during the Depression. Teddy Roosevelt with his commitment to the environment, and Eleanor Roosevelt with her lifelong commitment to social justice. And the Roosevelt Project was really about bringing those three threads together. It really got going, I should say, when I had a conversation with Laureen Powell-Jobs, who was heading the Emerson Collective. The Emerson Collective had always had a very, very strong focus on community building. And they were moving more aggressively into climate. And so immediately this brought together those two thrusts in what became the Roosevelt Project. And I should say that very early on, Jim mentioned that I kind of originated the project and continue to be the faculty director, if you like. However, very early on, we brought in Harvard colleagues. One thing Jim did not say in his introduction of Steve is that he was an MIT colleague, and in fact, one of the advisors, early advisors, when we formed the Energy Initiative at MIT. So we had a natural contact, but I have to say that Larry Bacow, when he was president, and Jim Stock now have been resolute in their support. And I should say also Steve and Dustin Tingley and Jason Beckfield and Jody Freeman are examples of the senior Harvard faculty who have really jumped in. So I'll finish by saying, first of all, generally speaking, the structure of the project has now gone through, it's almost completing its third phase. The first phase, which we can talk about in more detail, was a set of 9 white papers that set the stage, had us all come to a kind of hopefully common understanding about the history of other industrial transitions in the United States. And I might say our Harvard colleagues particularly contributed in that stage in terms of how the social fabric became part of the discussion, part of the solution, and public attitudes there. Phase 2 was then to build on that and to carry out 4 place-based case studies based around regions of the country, regions of the United States, where again the workers and the communities had every reason, frankly, to be uncertain about the other side of the clean energy transition. And our job was to try to analyze that and put forward some solutions. And now phase 3 and the report chaired by Steve, I should have said in the second phase of those 4 case studies, very important. It turns out the banks of the Charles are not the only place to look at place-based solutions in other parts of the country. So for each of the case studies, we had very important local advisory groups who pitched in. 2 of the case studies were led by Harvard, 2 led by MIT. I think very, very successful. And then phase 3, and again, today's event will be the discussion of one of the 3 industrial policy case studies that we took on, metals and minerals, decarbonizing steel, and the grid, a project led, in fact, by Steve and Harvard colleagues. And so in each case, however, I want to emphasize that we want to look at these, let's say, industrial policy issues, in particular, through the lens of communities, a lens that is not often employed in these studies. So it's a broader study, but it also includes that very, very important community component. So in a large nutshell, that is the history and the taxonomy of the Roosevelt Project.
Great. So today we are releasing the first of those phase 3 studies on the grid, and are thinking as a group about why to go after the grid, strategic metals and minerals, and low carbon steel around 2019 was 2018, 2019 was these are going to be critical industries for making any pathway forward. In order to decarbonize transportation, you're going to need a lot of electricity. Where that electricity comes from is essential. In order to have a robust industrial sector, you're going to need steel. And in order to have electrical storage, you're going to need batteries, and those batteries rely on strategic minerals and metals. So the first of these phase 3 studies is the grid study, and it ended up being a much bigger project than we originally imagined. And so it's broken into 2 reports. One report is more analytical. It goes through a set of aspects of development of the grid. The first part of that is about the broad footprint of the grid that's needed and why we need to change the configuration of the grid. Second part is about the regulatory and legal issues involved. Third part is about the economic considerations. What are the workforce implications? What are the industrial growth opportunities that could come out of a revised grid? And the final part's about public engagement and community engagement. The second report is a set of 4 case studies, because we were working in tandem both between the analytical piece but also these place-based understandings. And it looks at 4 different large development projects. One is in Maine, and it's the NECEC project that would bring hydroelectric power to Massachusetts. Became very controversial, very bogged down in state politics. Second is the Grain Belt Express project, which would bring electricity from Kansas, Nebraska, all the way over to Indiana, and would have to go primarily through Missouri and Illinois. Another important project for capturing the enormous wind potential that the United States has in the center of the country and connecting it to the eastern portions of the country. A third is the Gateway West project, which connects Idaho to Oregon. Wyoming actually to Oregon, but Idaho is where a lot of the action has been. And then a fourth is Texas's very interesting process called the Competitive Renewable Electricity Zone process, which was started in the 1990s and was designed to come up with some way of bringing the western wind resources in Texas to the cities. It had a lot of complications because Texas is actually in a couple different electricity regions, so you were spanning different electricity regions even though you were in one state. And as a result of that project, one of the reasons we wanted to look at that project, Texas has built, since that project, a quarter of all electric lines that have been built in the United States. So over the last 20 years, Texas is where electricity lines have been built. So if you want to understand why electricity lines get built, Texas is a pretty good place to look. And a lot of it had to do, we discovered, with the planning and thoughtfulness with which they approached the process, because it was not just building electricity lines to support natural gas or oil generation, which they have plenty of, but it was really designed to bring on wind, and Texas is now, by a long stretch, the largest generator of wind electricity in the United States. That's always surprising, because you think of Texas as more conservative, you've got a dominant gas industry there, so why wasn't the industry interested in blocking out the wind resources, which is a story we heard again and again in Maine. So we really dove into these cases, and I want to call out a few people who were incredibly helpful in that. Liz Tom is a PhD student here, and Major Easton is a PhD student. Parrish Bergquist, Quinn Lewis was an undergraduate here. They were all very helpful in preparing the case study research and helping us to go into the field and figure out what was going on and why were things getting stuck and why were things getting unstuck. The way I like to think about the grid and grid development, and a lot of energy development in the United States, is there are brakes and there are accelerators. My dad was an auto mechanic, so this is very familiar terrain to me. And understanding the brakes and the accelerators is very important. A lot of the discussion that I hear about climate change tends to dismiss the brakes, dismiss the people who are slowing down the changes that need to happen because there's a moral imperative to achieve something. And the brakes in this case, and the way we approach this, are actually the opportunities to listen. So one of the important insights to take away from our work, and not just this study, but the two prior studies that the Harvard group did, one on Appalachia and one on the Gulf Coast, is that listening to the communities is actually the key to accelerating. So understanding what the brake is the key to actually understanding how to move things ahead faster and better. And if we were to identify one thing that we think is systematically going wrong in all the case studies, even though they are very different places and very different projects, it's that the listening process broke down in every instance where things failed. In particular, the governments, like the Public Utility Commissions, or PUCs, and the firms were using the process for getting permitting and planning done as a box to be checked rather than an opportunity to improve their projects. The second part of the report on the case studies goes in some depth into different ways in which that broke down, and different ways that succeeded. But in a broader nutshell, that's roughly where we come out. We have very specific recommendations about how to move forward some of the other parts of this process, especially permitting and planning in the process, which is where really the delays come in. But these case studies are important and instructive to us in another way, which is in every one of the three cases, not the Texas cases, the delays were 15 years. It took 15 years not to build it, just to get through the permitting process, just to get to the part where you could start to build it. So the challenge we set out was to say that the nation should try to cut that in half. Don't try to cut it down to zero. Try to cut that in half. What can you do to cut that in half? If you got it down to 7 years, it would have a pretty big effect, not only on the rate at which we're able to build electric lines, but also on the willingness of firms to invest in building electricity lines. Long delays, long capital costs are a deterrent to any development, and the development that we think we see we need.
Shall I comment?
Yes.
First of all, let me, in a sense, repeat one thing that you said, which really emerged from the first phase of the Roosevelt project, and that was that thinking about all of these issues around social equity and clean energy transition, and I would argue security as well, because one of our themes is those are one conversation and not separate conversations. I see some progress in that direction, but not nearly enough. Anyway, I think what we did is we developed a template in which the issues of the policy environment, very much including the state and local policy environment, the business environment, the human capital, and very importantly, the social fabric of those communities had a huge amount to say about success or failure in moving things forward. The latter on the social equity, I think, is what you're referring. It's part of. It's broader. What you referred to is part of that in terms of the not listening sufficiently in these projects. I've always liked to say that God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth to use in that proportion, but unfortunately, it's often the reverse. And the whole social equity issues absolutely require early engagement with communities and listening. In effect, what Steve said, absolutely true in those case studies for transmission lines, that the conversations with communities often started after everything was so-called baked. And then it turned out it wasn't really baked, and that's what the next 15 years did. I should note that in terms of the contemporary scene, many of you may have seen that a few weeks ago, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, FERC, did come out with an order, Order 1920, that is probably its first major transmission step in over a decade. And what I would say from the point of view of the Roosevelt project study, Roosevelt-Salata project on the grid, there's some good news and there's some not so good news. Namely, the FERC order put tremendous focus, we think very appropriately, on long-term regional planning. The current approach of typically looking out a few years and then haggling over who pays the costs and all kinds of things just hasn't worked. FERC is requiring, at least in the so-called organized markets, that 20-year planning horizons be taken into account, and that those 20-year horizons incorporate the policies, the laws, the maybe aspirations of that locality. That's the good news, and it's a positive step. Unfortunately, I would say the permitting process itself and interregional planning were, let's say, deferred to a future discussion. Obviously, we hope that will not lead to the same situation that Steve just described in terms of the existing lines, but we don't know. I would also observe, Steve, you mentioned the planning process in Texas, and we agree that that process has been very helpful for Texas construction of high voltage transmission. Although one should not skate by too readily the fact that nationally, our rate of construction is an order of magnitude too small compared to where we want to go. I mean, it's a genuine order of magnitude too slow. We need thousands of miles of line per year sustained, and I think last year we had like 500 miles of line brought into operation. But the other thing, and I think it has to be said, you mentioned it in passing, but I just want to emphasize it. And I have the scars when I was secretary to demonstrate it if you would like a graphic illustration. Crossing state lines or an international border in the case of the main line is just a killer. And part of the problem, and I think the case study does a good job of pointing it out, that especially when you're crossing state lines or crossing through a state, you often have a situation where the local communities just don't see the value to them. The value is a broader one in terms of regional or interregional or national dynamics, allowing the country, for example, to take advantage of the major renewable sources in parts of the country for load centers which tend to be not where the wind is blowing 40 miles an hour for some strange reason. And so, once again, rather than complain about it, I think we have to recognize these are legitimate concerns that we need to address, and I think the case study for the grid has done some of that.
So let me elaborate on the last theme you picked up on, which was the permitting process that it's really based at the state level, and the decisions and planning around development of electricity, long-distance electric lines is what we're talking about, as opposed to the regional lines or local lines that connect your house to the grid. But the long-distance lines, which are capable of bringing wind energy from the Midwest to the East, or solar power from Arizona to Los Angeles, or hydroelectric power from Canada down into the United States. Those long-distance lines are, the planning for those long-distance lines is really done at a state level in the permitting. And so the individual public utility commissions have a charge to protect the public interest. That's their job, that's their duty. And they don't want to bring on projects that cause rates to go way up. So they're doing their job, but the way they weigh benefits and costs is incredibly local. So if you're the Connecticut PUC or the Maine PUC, you only weigh the benefits and costs to Maine. So if the Massachusetts ratepayers get a benefit, it doesn't count in your cost-benefit analysis as to whether you should allow this line because it's in the interests of the state of Maine. And that's really at the heart of many of the challenges
in the interest of
permitting.
Massachusetts, actually.
Well, there's that too. Then you get into the interstate rivalries of like, well, why is Maine paying the cost of environmental degradation and so forth to benefit the ratepayers of Massachusetts? What's in it for us? And we heard this theme repeatedly everywhere. That the desire to build long-distance power lines creates interstate rivalries. It creates conflicts and cost calculation complexities that the public utility commissions, the state agencies that are protecting their state's interests, their voters' interests, don't have the ability really to see a bigger picture.
Can I just jump in with the example that I alluded to? We've talked about it before. Not one of the specific case studies that was covered in this paper, but another similar one. When I was Energy Secretary, there was a proposal for a high voltage line that would bring 3 gigawatts of wind from Oklahoma to Tennessee for distribution in the Southeast. And it was a natural. The only problem was called Arkansas, and we did everything we could to bring benefits to Arkansas so that we could get the permitting through the state. That happened. Didn't change the fact that when we, the federal government, finally gave our approval. It was up to us to give approval because of a law passed in 2005. I won't go into in detail, but the point is they nevertheless sued us. The state of Arkansas eventually lost in court. Federal government won. It was a correct application of the law. The operation succeeded and the patient died because when the legal avenue was blocked, the political avenue was not blocked. And this all traces back to what Steve said earlier. The company did not start the conversations with Arkansas until after there was a line on a map that showed exactly where that line was going to go, with no substantial benefits to Arkansas at that time, initially. And once you start behind the 8 ball, you just don't catch up. It was too late. I think that conversation early on would have changed the whole dynamic, especially when we insisted that there be the opportunity to bring some of that wind to Arkansas, to bring some of Arkansas's power out of the state, to do supply chain sourcing in state, create jobs, et cetera. Preserve the duck hunting industry. I won't go into that, but very important part of the politics. Anyway, these lessons, and I hope that this study is going to really hammer this in the public discussion. It hammers it in the paper for sure. Start early, or you've pretty much lost the game up front, especially in terms of timing. And by the way, if I may just go on a bit, Steve, on the timing. I mean, Jim Stock said some of this in the introduction, but let me just repeat it. First of all, the importance of managing this problem cannot be overstated, really. First of all, in terms of American decarbonization, the electricity grid has been the lead horse. It will continue to be the lead horse. And that is true not just in the United States, it's true also more globally. And Jim mentioned electrification of the economy, but there's more to it. Many of you have been reading, undoubtedly, something that seems to have caught many by great surprise just in the last year or so, is the enormous pressure on expanding electricity supply, particularly for data centers serving AI needs, which are energy hogs. Right now, various utilities have gone to their state commissions asking to change their load growth forecasts to 2030 by a factor of 10, plus or minus, literally.
Give us an example of a number, just like roughly. What is that?
A number. Okay, I'll use an example that I know very well. Let's say Georgia Power, the big utility in the state of Georgia. The Southeast is growing like crazy in terms of data centers and in terms of manufacturing facilities. At the end of 2022, Georgia Power filed its every 3-year integrated resource plan and projected 400 megawatts of load growth to 2030. The amendment submitted 1 year later changed 400 megawatts to 6.6 gigawatts. That's a factor of 16.5 in 1 year. In Texas, your favorite Texas, there is discussion. I'm not endorsing it, but there's discussion about a potential doubling of load in 5 years. I'm suspicious about that, but it just gives you a scale. What's being talked about in various hotspots in the country is completely off scale. Also, in Kansas City, for example, the Kansas City utility has asked a coal plant that was scheduled to shut down in 2025 to keep operating because they don't know where to find the power to serve a new Panasonic battery factory in the region. So short term, there's also a train wreck between load growth and decarbonization commitments. For the longer term, there will also be a train wreck unless we start today to plan for the clean, especially the clean firm power that we could bring online, say, 10 years from now. So load growth, new manufacturing, reshoring, et cetera, batteries, EV plants, you name it, electrification of the economy, EVs, heat pumps, Jim mentioned. But there are also wild cards. We don't know whether there's going to be a big, say in 10 years, a big hydrogen industry, green hydrogen, meaning electrolytic splitting of water. That's electricity. Today in the United States, we use 10 million tons of hydrogen. Today, mainly in refineries and in fertilizer production. If we were to produce just that 10 million tons by electrolysis, that would require 1/8 of today's total electricity production in the United States. And 10 million tons a year is not the aspiration. It's an order of magnitude higher. So that's a wild card. Will it materialize? Don't know. Another one, of course, cryptocurrency, data mining. Is that going to grow and become an electricity hog? So the load growth is amazing. There's many parts of the solution. One of them, for sure, is building a high voltage, geographically expanded, interregional, not just regional, but interregional grid. And right now, one would be hard pressed to say that we're going to see that in 10 years.
Yeah. I think one of the interesting insights that came out of Texas for us, and also some work that student Ari Bankler had done in Iowa, was that it was the unlocking of the wind industry in those two states, and those are the two leaders, those are by far the leading states in wind generation, was about building the electric lines, not about building the towers. Right? You had to have the lines, and once the lines were available, or at least planned and committed to, then the towers could be built. It made no sense to build towers without lines. So building the electricity grid is
But when you do build the towers, it's also a challenge.
It's true.
And not only in terms of the discussions, the community discussions, et cetera, but also, frankly, just in terms of metals and minerals, which is why we're doing the other case study.
Yeah, because if you're building towers, you're going to use a lot of
steel, a lot of cement, a lot of resources,
and then you need storage.
And if you need more than one giant tower per mile, and you're going to build 50, 60,000 miles, you've got a lot of towers to build as well. So it's a challenge. On the other hand, I should have said, it's not like there aren't solutions. For example, the FERC order that I mentioned earlier provides this long-term planning thing, which I think is the headline. But I should have also added, they also incentivize the use of new technologies that also can use existing lines much more effectively. Dynamic load ratings can be increased easily, frankly, by 25%. New conductors for these lines maybe can double capacity, better switching of power in different lines. In fact, I should say that the high voltage grid is very important, certainly very important for the big wind resources going up the backbone of the country, the huge solar resources, especially in the Southwest, although there tend to be more spread. And that's very important. But we also can't forget that, let's say Texas, as you've said, the great wind resource of the country, the greatest is in Texas. But in Texas, when the wind's blowing, it's blowing Texas scale. But there are the typically 90 days per year when the wind isn't blowing in Texas. When you got 90 days in the year, the fluctuations shouldn't surprise you. That the year that we looked at in detail, there were 9 days in a row of essentially no wind in Texas. So we need the grid, we need the wind, we need the solar. We also need a system design that is going to keep the lights on 24/7. And in fact, it's not only keeping the lights on, by the way. I mentioned data centers earlier, but in general, obviously the economy as a whole is getting more and more digitized.
Yeah.
Digitized, ironically, puts a much greater premium on 24/7 than is the inherent characteristic of wind and solar. Again, we can solve these problems, but we've got to solve them.
I mean, what might benefit wind, because the wind blows the hardest in the night in many places.
And there can be balance between regions. There can be balance in one region between solar during the day and wind at night. But there's still the unresolved issue of what do we do to back up the entire system when you have those days in a row. And by the way, I might say also on solar, something that appears to be awkward to discuss in public, even though it's not a very complicated physics concept called latitude. At our latitude, solar insolation is twice in the summer what it is in the winter.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean we can't plan around it, but you got to plan around it.
Yeah.
Especially as electricity becomes, in many parts of the country, more and more winter peaked.
So let's take the last few minutes to talk about getting unstuck, right? Because that's, or really changing this braking system that we've got. So if you look at, and the report does a bit of this, if you look at historical development of electricity lines, long distance transmission lines, in the 50s and 60s, the United States was expanding its electricity capacity about 5 to 8% a year. Now there's like more lines at that rate. And since the 80s, we've been at like 1% or less.
0.5%.
Or 0.5%.
The last 10
years.
years.
It's really slowed down. Now some of that was in the 50s and 60s, we overbuilt. We had like a lot of excess capacity, and so we're growing into that. And a lot of places now we're starting to hit the constraints. So maybe demand will shift that as we meet it. But it seems like there are some real breaks, like the ability to delay, the ability to sue, the PUC planning process, and so forth. The reports go into different ways to try to unlock that. And in some ways, when we started this substantially before IRA was passed, before this FERC order and DOE orders came out, and the Biden rule. BIL. So things really have accelerated in really good ways. So I think that many of the things we've seen are unsticking, but some of these local community development issues still remain. We go after really 4 things around public engagement. I'd like to finish with discussing that. One is this point that you mentioned, which is there needs to be earlier engagement with people and in a way that continues throughout the process. It's not like, oh, we had our public meeting, we're done, we checked that box, here's the form, and we hand it to the PUC to make sure we did our due diligence. It needs to be like continual, because these companies keep getting burned by not seeing some objection down the road that came out of nowhere. The second one is that the nature of public engagement has to shift from, again, checking a box or having a meeting to, oh, this is in my interest because I can learn what's wrong. Maine is a really great example. They check the boxes. They got these small towns in northern Maine to sign a memorandum of understanding or commitment, and off they went to the PUC to get this project rolling. When the towns started to think more deeply about what the implications were for their forests, they started to object and throw sand and monkey wrenches and everything else in front of the train. And they were able to succeed and slow things down. They weren't in the end able to win, but they got 2 state referenda. They got a change in state law going forward. Really completely bollocks the work stuff. And if it hadn't been for the state Supreme Court stepping in, they would have succeeded in blocking the line through a referendum, a statewide referendum. 60% of the people in Maine voted to oppose building this connector, which is pretty impressive. But the company didn't come in with the plans and say, do these plans make sense? And the community had some really basic objections that could have been met early on in the design phase. One of them was, you went through the forest, not next to the highway. You should have just gone by the right of way. Another one was, you built towers through the forest that are not accessible in fire season. Like, what are we going to do if there's a forest fire because of arcing from the line? Why didn't you bury the line? So one of the lessons that we came out of was like questions about like, why don't they do this? And part of it is that they're not listening. A third reason is that most states don't have clear constraints on the process. They don't have clear recommendations for do this, not that. Maine could have had a rule, the state could have had a rule that you bury all lines, or all lines that go through forest area, or they could have had a rule that you have to go through right away as much as possible. Interestingly enough, Texas has 42 such criteria that up front, companies have to comply with in order to get through the process. So there's a lot of ambiguity. And the fourth thing that we recommend is that what we witnessed in all the other three cases, not the Texas case, was this kind of vicious cycle in communications where once the doubts were raised, then information became contested about what's true and what's not true, and the incumbent power companies started to campaign against it and raise questions about information and so forth. And voters, citizens, even town leaders didn't know what was right and what was not right. And there was not any trusted source of information. So this is a function that the state governments can serve, which is to, when they're going through this process, set up some form of trusted source of information, or at least people can see what the PUC knew and saw when things were licensed, and whether that was a correct reflection of
I just want to reinforce that last point. The trusted source of information always comes up in all the work that we've also done, independent of this study, in terms of what communities would like to see and need. I would also mention, and you alluded to this, Steve, and of course, we should take full credit, even though there's no justification for the fact that the reality is that the laws that you referred to passed in these last few years really have taken to heart a lot of these community requirements, partly through incentives, for example, tax incentives to build transmission and other kinds of projects in the energy sector, clean energy sector, but also through other requirements. For example, and it's still being kind of figured out how to do this, but requiring, for example, community benefits plans to be kind of upfront. In other words, a plan negotiated with an appropriate entity in the communities about what exactly will be hard commitments to benefits down the road. Another part which the current administration certainly has been advocating, I think quite properly, is for example, not requiring, but advocating for and providing some reward for things like project labor agreements when you build stuff. That's important in this context because it builds a constituency. You want community support, worker support, et cetera. And I think it's, again, I would say this idea that clean energy transition, energy security, and social equity are one conversation is actually seeping into the process. And I think, I wish it were faster. I wish it had happened 10 years ago, but we are where we are. And hopefully, as we turn into the next decade, we're going to see the fruits of a lot of these initiatives.
Excellent. Well, we're out of time. Thank you all for listening, and I hope you access the report through the Salata website and the CBER website at MIT.
Thank you. Thank you.
We will now have a break. Please return to your seats by 11:30 a.m. for our next session, The Importance of Traditional Ecological Knowledge. Please take your seats and silence your phones. Our next session begins shortly. Welcome back for our next session, The Importance of Traditional Ecological Knowledge. Please welcome our moderator, Keisha DeFries Lawrence, Indigenous Education Specialist at Harvard Forest. Rahim Elazar, Environmental Liaison, Mashantucket Pequot Tribal Nation. Michael Johnson, Tribal Historic Preservation Officer, Mashantucket Pequot Tribal Nation. Leslie Jonas, Indigenous Land and Water Conservationist and citizen of the Mashpee Wampanoag Tribe, and Jason Steiding, Natural Resources Director, Mashpee Wampanoag Tribe.
Wanikisap, Asko Wikwasin, Kulamasi, Sego. Hello and good morning, all my relations in and outside of this theater. Anushik, Katabatash, Niawe, Kishkulamankwe, Imanitu. My name is Keisha Talking Waters DeFries Lawrence. I'm Rampo Lenape Munsee Deer Clan on my maternal side, and on my paternal side, one of 6 grandchildren of Black World War II veteran and civil rights activists, with my grandfather turning 100 this upcoming year. Today, thank you. Today, I am thrilled to be here as your moderator for this pivotal dialogue. Before we proceed, I want to take a few minutes to discuss the historical and geographical complexities that have brought us here today. Turtle Island is home to a diverse population of indigenous tribal nations, villages, and First Peoples. Turtle Island is the cradle board of a deeply intricate ecosystem and more than human relatives, some with wings, fins, others like us, and some appearing to be invisible. The Eastern Woodlands is the vast land and waterscapes east of the Great Plains and below the mighty Arctic. The Eastern Woodlands has been loved, birthed, attended to, defended by, and remains the shared motherlands of the Haudenosaunee, the Wabanaki, the Micmac, the Wampanoag, the Nipmuc, the Massachusetts, the Pequot, the Mohegan, the Munsee, the Schaghticoke, the Montauk, the Shinnecock, the now 6 nations of the Grand River, the Anishinaabe, the Piscataway, and many other communities of ancestors that we are here today in honor of. The tragedies of the 1400s and onward have been used in an attempt to remove the 10,000-plus-year-old history that the first peoples of the Eastern Woodlands have planted, burned, and bled into this land. But remain we shall. 2024 marks 400 years since the Dutch invasion, which set off a series of other invasions which our collective ancestors had to handle. From the Swedish to the British, the Portuguese, the French, the Eastern Woodlands has repeatedly been abused by complete foreigners unwilling to bow to the people of the First Light. And the terror space we are now grappling with and hopefully going to save and restore. With colonization came ignorance and exploitation of all creation, including knowledge. Knowledge of botanical relatives, which were edible, the medicines, knowledge of seasons and spirituality and beyond. It is because of the exploitation of the First Peoples' knowledge that we're sitting in this institution instead of the water and wetlands that this ecosystem craves to be. An institution that has been culpable in the mass slaughter, removal, detention, and forced eugenics of Indigenous and Black children, future leaders, doctors, athletes, and more. This is not to measure the value of lives taken by who they could have been, but rather to acknowledge the roles and spaces we've been pushed out from and are now reclaiming. Harvard has caused detrimental hurt from Aquinnah to Nipmuc to Narragansett to Pequot, with the forced removal and slavery wrongfully executed on Indigenous and Black bodies. The acts of human genocide that allowed for this institution and other institutions to be found has also inflicted ecocide that has simultaneously outlined indefinite the difference between Indigenous and non-Indigenous stewardship. Cities built over burial grounds, landfills over former cranberry bogs, waterways diverted with no promise of return, lithium mining poisoning to humans and the roots of sweetgrass. Fear over human migration, but little attention to the insects taking our hemlock and beech tree relatives. The Creator has taught us the power of balance, sunrise and sunset being one of the oldest, with the power of fire, kinship, medicines, among many others being comparable. The sovereignty of the people has not begun or ended with the state of Massachusetts and the Crown and what the Crown calls the treaties of Falmouth, but in tangible fact, the sovereignty of the many Wampanoag, Nipmuc, Massachusetts, Wabanaki, and others is derived from the land since time immemorial and the Creator and Skyworld and will exist for infinity. There is still enormous amounts of work to be done by settler colonial institutions. However, this panel and others this week are quite frankly legendary and are setting a trajectory to be followed. With that, it brings me extreme pleasure, gratitude, and humility to introduce you a panel of heavy-hitting Northeastern Woodland scholars and activists to further discuss the traditional ecological knowledge of this region and what is happening today for these two sister nations, the Mashpee Wampanoag of Massachusetts and the Mashantucket Pequot of Connecticut. I want to turn the floor over now, Leslie, followed by Jason, Michael, and Raheem to further introduce themselves and where they're coming from. Thank you.
Wanikisak, good day. My native name is Standing Feather. Our former chief named me that about 20 some odd years ago. And for the past many, many years, I've been an environmental activist on the front lines of Indigenous land and water conservation and preservation. I am Mashpee Wampanoag. I'm from the dirt and the water of Cape Cod, and I'm really happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Jason Stiting, Medicine Deer. I'm an enrolled member of the Mashpee Wampanoag tribe and a member of the Eagle clan. I'm also the tribe's Natural Resources Director. I was born and raised in Falmouth, and my entire life growing up, I was brought up by a traditional family. My uncle, my father, my grandfather, pretty much everyone in my family really was traditional, land-based, lived, worked, thrived off the land and the water, and that's how I was raised. To always, to have that reciprocity, to give thanks, to be appreciative of what was available to us, to not abuse that. And, in Native communities, we have stories that are passed down, and most of my stories that were passed down from my elders were stories of these vast territories on Cape Cod where, hunts would go on for miles and fish were abundant. And I saw a little bit of that when I was a kid, and I've seen a lot of changes in my community, and we've lost a lot of that. And so that is sort of why I'm in the field that I'm in today. And, I'm really worried about what my kids will see. I know what I've seen, and sort of that's why I do the work that I do in my community.
My name is Michael Kickenbear Johnson. I'm a citizen of the Mashantucket Pequot Tribal Nation. I am an elder, and I'm also the tribe's Tribal Historic Preservation Officer. Mashantucket is a name that the colonizers applied to us. In actuality, our language is pronounced Mashantonkwa. And it was largely because many of our language names, places, they could not pronounce, and so they would phonetically change some of those names and also change those names on maps. And so these are forms of, unfortunately, erasure that have happened to us over time. In my role as a Tribal Historic Preservation Officer, my primary role amongst several is the protection of land and being able to keep it healthy and reverse some of what's happened over time. I appreciate every single one of you that have come to listen to us today, and I thank you again.
We Matapan, Natasawis, Rahim Alizer, Natai Mashantakwat, Kwa Katapatomash, Harvard, Kwa Katapatoma Wami. Good morning, my name is Rahim Alizer. I'm from Mashantucket, Connecticut, where I'm a proud citizen of the Mashantucket Pequot Tribal Nation. And I would like to say thank you to Harvard for having us here, and thank you for all of you all for being here. I am the environmental liaison for the tribe, and I'm lucky enough to serve on the Historical Cultural Preservation Committee as well as the Natural Resources Protection Committee for our tribe. And I'd also like to give thanks to my community who built me to who I am today. People like Michael Johnson here, my cousin and elder, council, everybody, all my elders back home who allowed me to learn from them and be here today. Thank you.
Thank you all for taking that time to kind of further explain who you are. So we're gonna jump right into it, and I am personally fangirling and very excited for this panel, as I know all of our communities are. I wanna start by talking about the importance of what it means to respect traditional ecological knowledge. With that being said, how do each one of you define traditional ecological knowledge based on your work, your community's work, and your professional experience? I'm gonna start with our Mashpee representatives before we move to Pequot.
Tech comes from respect and living in relationship with land and water, or the homelands from which a specific community comes. And it's built over millennia and evolved. So the tech that the traditional ecological knowledge that we practice today is different from what our ancestors practiced hundreds of years ago. And that's due to the changing conditions of the environment. It's changed in ways that we probably really didn't think about starting about 50 years ago, I'd say. And we did witness impacts to the environment. We saw shifts in biodiversity, things ecologically that we maintained in terms of balance, never overstepping, never over-foraging, never over-impacting. And so things were in balance. There were species that took care of one another, and we actually learned from those species. So behaviorally, the way we treated one another was the way that we saw these different species in the natural world treating one another. And people and animals, flora and fauna lived together, and things were in balance. The tech that we practice is not a universal kind of tech. Tech is regional, it's place-based. So we're from the Northeast, we're Eastern Woodlands natives, and so what we do is clearly what people out in the desert wouldn't be doing. And the relationship we have with the natural world here in this region is not something people can experience out in the desert, for example. So with over 700 tribes, and actually more than that, there are many state recognized that don't get pooled into that number, but every community, tribal community, has a different kind of relationship. And they observed over hundreds, if not thousands of years, the changes and the shifts and what it all meant for their future, for the future of the next 7 generations. So I think just to generally speak to it, we are trying to, in our tribe, really preserve and maintain and protect our traditional ecological knowledge in ways that will help rebalance the environment and all of the issues that we're seeing currently.
What I really love about traditional ecological knowledge and why it's such a powerful tool, if you will, is if you think about what it is, and Leslie touched on this, it's thousands of years of environmental knowledge, and it's so specifically geographically based. It's just in a really small area. And over time, living in that area and seeing how things change and adapting to change, like Leslie mentioned, we're constantly adapting, we're constantly evolving. We have since millennia. We've seen all sorts of climate change. Climate change is nothing new to us. We've lived through it. And you have you're so in tune with your specific region that, you know, you can predict weather patterns. And I know in my community, and for years, I was always raised that when the forsythia were blooming, you knew that's when the heron would be following. And when the heron were coming, you were getting your gardens ready, you were checking your nets, you were getting your fishing gear ready. Dandelions, you know, when those popped up, you knew, right?
Yeah.
That it was time to go. And in our community, our New Year is celebrated in spring, because that's when everything comes to life. That's when the Creator says, here are your medicinal plants, here are your fish, you know, and that's when life starts for us, and that's our New Year. So the knowledge that a Native community can have, and it's in such a specific area, that's a powerful tool. It really is, and it should be recognized, it should be acknowledged, it should be accepted, and it really should go hand in hand with Western science. It's a powerful tool, and it really can enhance conservation efforts. So I think we're going to get into it a little bit later about how that looks, you know, in our communities, boots on the ground. But that's sort of how I feel about the actual term of it and what it means.
Thank you for that. Do you all want to add, in terms of Pequot experience and your own professional experience, how you feel TEK can be defined?
Sure. I define it as a gift. Our elders taught us to respect the land, and the land will teach us things. You just have to look sometimes. And from there, it's also our responsibility to protect that land and pass that knowledge down generation to generation. So I really truly look at it as a gift, and for us, it's well beyond just a reservation. It's really everywhere. And that's what we try to do all the way to the shores, to the oceans, which is a lot of my focus today, is trying to protect our oceans, because they're quite literally under attack by industry, because there's knowledge there as well. And so, you know, it really truly is, I'll use the word again, a gift to make sure that it continues not only to provide for us, but in a way to rebalance everything. We were always taught not to take more than what we needed or could use. Around us, though, we see a lot of consumption in society, unfortunately. And the planet's getting tired. And so we're trying to reverse some of that. And there's a lot of good work being done out there, I think, you know, but more awareness is needed in certain areas. So keeping that in mind. Raheem?
No, I couldn't agree more with everything that they're saying, to be honest. The only thing I'll add is, personally, I think of it less as traditional ecological knowledge and just traditional knowledge. Historically, traditionally, and culturally, from my perspective, it's almost impossible to separate the environment and our everyday lives as Indigenous people. Every aspect of our lives is affected and impacts the environment. It doesn't, in modern days, it doesn't matter how much you build structures or how many layers of separation you try to put between yourself and the environment. We all rely on it. We all need to respect it. There needs to be, as Jason mentioned earlier, reciprocity between our relationship between us and the environment. We need to listen to it and allow it to teach us what it needs. And in general, to Cousin Michael's point, I view it as not just a gift, but a responsibility for us to learn from our elders and from even from youth that gain some of that knowledge on their own to understand how to move forward in a good way in that relationship with the environment.
Thank you for those critical additional points. I agree with what does it mean to take away ecological, and traditional knowledge doesn't take away ecological, it in fact adds to it. How we live and our habitual understandings and cultural understandings of life is that traditional knowledge that the land wants back. Which kind of brings me to this next point in terms of what's happening on the ground for your communities and your environments. And in many ways, we're looking at the environment as an elder, but also a youth. So what does it mean in your communities for the ongoing work you're all doing? Can you share some of that work with us?
So I'll start from up here because there's an awareness piece to this that's happening with our tribe and our neighboring communities, other conservation groups, the public schools. So there's an increase in awareness and information sharing and education that's happening. For many years, we sort of stayed to ourselves on the Cape. We didn't really, integrate too much with the non-native folks. After the mid-'70s, we ran the town of Mashpee up until, and then the non-natives who moved in took over, the politics and the government of the town, and we just pretty much kind of stayed to ourselves to protect our culture and preserve, what we could. We saw the future losses that were going to take place, loss of our land, increased regulation on our fishing and hunting areas, little homes being purchased and, McMansions being replaced in those spots. So the educational piece, the information sharing, community, building community, teaching our younger folks, how to live within this new framework, this new structure, and all of the confines it imposes is super important to us, because when I grew up, we didn't have screens, and now we're dealing with our youth and our younger folks addicted to screens, so they're not as connected to the natural world as we were. We spent 12 to 15 hours outdoors on Cape Cod, in the woods and in the water. And we didn't know anything else. I mean, we drank from the ponds, we drank from people's backyard hoses. You can't do that any longer because of what's taking place. But I think what's really, really important about what's happening is people are reaching out to gain information on how we live and how we did live for many centuries on the Cape and thousands of years behind that, but and why it's so important to regain that and be a part of that. So acting in a way that's on the right side of history in terms of what community can mean. So different communities coming together to work together with shared value systems. I know that everybody in this room wants, a planet that's, well and healthy, right? And so instead of working in separate silos, what I tend to do is I bridge relationships across a lot of fronts. I have those awkward conversations with some folks who have, predisposed thoughts and, early imprints around what Native people are supposed to look like and behave like and be like. And it's, there's a a corrective course that takes place. But you got to stay in the game, and that's how I look at it, is the way that we do the damage control and help people understand is to work together. So let's work together.
Jason, do you have anything else that you want to add for what's happening?
Sure. I'd like to just touch on two of the things that she specifically mentioned there. One of them was the youth, and that's obviously extremely important in our community. They're our future stewards. They've got to understand what's going on in their community. They've got to have a voice, and they've got to be a part of change. And so what you mentioned, what we're doing in our communities, our Natural Resources Department, we run a science camp in the summer. It's called Preserving Our Homelands. And what that camp does is we're getting kids in nature, we're teaching them science, and we're doing it in a Western science way, but we're also bringing in the cultural aspect to it as well. So we could be anywhere. In a day, we could be down at Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute. We could be speaking with folks from EPA or USGS. And while they're talking about, let's say, water quality, we have what we call a culture keeper in our community who is very knowledgeable and in tune with that day's discussion and teachings. They'll explain to the children from a native lens, okay, well, we're talking about water quality today. When I was a boy, this is what we did, and this is what the waterways looked like. These were the fish that were available. These are the fish that are no longer available. This is why. And so they're getting science from both lenses. And it's a wonderful camp. I'm so proud of it. And our kids really take well to it. So that's one of the things that we're doing in our community. I just wanted to throw out one more.
Yeah, please.
I mean, we could go on forever, but and there's so many ways we are practicing in the community. But one of the things that we're doing right now is as it relates to fish passage and habitat. We've got herring runs all throughout our region that were engineered and designed by, I don't even know, NRCS and some other organizations. At the time, there was no tribal input at all on any of these designs. We're finding out now that every single one of these runs is obsolete. It's a barrier to fish. They cannot make it up for different reasons. They're just these concrete, giant structures that fish just can't get. They just can't make their way up. Either the current's too strong, it's not engineered properly. And one of the issues that we're having on one of our herring runs in Mashpee is that the blue heron and the osprey are fishing in these locations, and they're getting caught up in these currents, these unnatural concrete runs, if you will, these long stretches of herring run, and the water just rips through. The birds are naturally hunting in these areas. They're getting caught up and they're drowning. And we would have 10 deaths a year in these birds. We would send them out, nothing would ever come back. We thought they were being poisoned or shot or whatever. We brought in some scientists, and we realized it was just the absolute makeup of the run. They were getting killed just because they were hunting and doing what comes natural to them. So luckily, and you mentioned awareness, there is a better sense of awareness and acceptance. I am seeing that in my day-to-day. So we are being asked now for our assistance. We are being asked, how should this herring run look, be redesigned? What did it look like before we came in here and made a mess? Yeah. Right? And there are people in our community that can provide that information. So there is an increased awareness, which is nice to see.
That's really empowering to hear, especially when I think about the role in which the land acts as a teacher, right? Beavers and fish have a very great relationship, it appears. There's a symbiotic relationship. But when there is that human and foreign human imposed layer, we see tragedies to all types of relatives, including avians. That's really important. I want to turn it over to Pequot in terms of what's happening on the ground.
Yeah, go. Okay. In our area, you mentioned herring, and they're disappearing in our neck of the woods, if you will. Please jump in at any point on any of this, but it's a concern, and we believe the reason is overfishing. As you come into the mouth of Long Island Sound, and they're actually arbitrarily catching herring, but they're supposed to throw them back, and unfortunately they're not. So the herring are interesting, they're resilient because they they can swim in salt water and then come into fresh water to spawn, and
go back.
And go back, exactly. And then for us, it's a traditional food source, and to see them beginning to disappear, where they could do a herring count and count 80 fish within, let's say, a day. Now they're lucky if they see 2. So it's unfortunate, and we're trying to work with the state of Connecticut to combat this and help them regrow and come back. Because it's not that they're all gone. We see counts, Massachusetts, the Gulf of Maine, and farther south, but right in our immediate area, unfortunately, it is a problem, so we're trying to address it.
Yeah, to add on that, one of the biggest problems, especially for our community in relation, is barriers for river herring to actually make it all the way upstream to spawn and get to where we have been restricted from our traditional land base. To his point, we are working with other outside organizations like the Alliance for the Mystic River Watershed to both raise awareness to the greater public of this concern, as well as to help either eliminate the barrier entirely or put in more environmentally friendly and natural appearing runs so that they can actually make it to their spawning grounds. One common theme that I feel like will be throughout this entire panel is similar to Mashpee. We have a lot of youth concern. There's a lot of youth that are stuck inside. They are almost afraid to get outside. And similarly, we have a new camp that we're starting to get 15 to 20 youth out into the environment with cultural-based practices and improving the language competency of the youth in relation to the environment, and that'll be an all summer long program. Were you gonna? Yeah. Sorry, I didn't.
I was just gonna add a little point to how resilient these herring are. These herring announce our new year, as Jason had mentioned, but some of the other challenges that the herring face, not only in the sort of the shoddy infrastructure of these ladders and the challenges there of them getting to the spawning grounds, but once they get to the spawning grounds, those are ponds that are sick with cyanobacteria and phosphates and algal blooms that are coming and showing up now in June on the Cape, when, in the past many years, we'd see it in August after a very hot summer. Now we're seeing very sick ponds in June. So climate is really, just really impacting these smaller, more pristine areas where, development is a challenge. It's challenging the biodiversity and the ecosystems, but, so are the impacts of pollution and climate. And we're seeing it in the natural world like we never imagined, and it's happening faster than we ever imagined. And herring, yes, they're resilient, and they are a staple in our diets, but they're suffering, and we're watching it. And it's really scary, because once they go, so many other species go.
Yeah, those keystone relatives and bioindicators that have cultural importance and then clearly much larger than that. I just want to speak to a few points that you all brought up. I hear a lot of realities that when I think about the international realm and when I think about the United Nations Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous People, there's a loss of access to coastline for tribes that are considered to be solely woodlands. And then there's also just a loss of access when we think about what gentrification as the cousin of colonization has really done. And I hear a lot of you speaking to that, but also the ramifications of what that means for life below water, life on land, age inequalities, and that intergenerational growth that we all need. That brings me to another point, because still what we're looking for is truly clean, truly meaningful ways of moving forward. So I want to bring up one question that we've all discussed on our own times, but I think is really impactful for this space. One of the proposed solutions for climate change is clean, renewable energy. Is it really clean? What does that mean for our peoples, and what does that mean for the land that we're all sitting on today and others? I'm going to start with Pequot on this one.
Well, as I shift in my chair, I mentioned the oceans earlier, and you're hearing more and more about offshore wind. And we have posed that question, what is clean, renewable energy? Well, we get the renewable part, the wind's blowing and quite a bit here, and why not strap turbines out in the ocean and generate a bunch of power? But we have to look at the ripple effects beyond just seeing a turbine working. The goal that we keep hearing from various different states and administrations are where we want to be powering our state by 2030, 2040 with clean renewable energy. And we don't look at other effects, such as an increase of use of electric vehicles. Those electric vehicles have batteries. Those batteries are made of lithium. Lithium needs to be mined. How do we mine? With fossil fuel production. So how clean is it? The turbine generators themselves have gear oil and other lubricants and substitutes in them. If they happen to fall and topple, what's going to happen to the ocean environment? We also have concerns and great challenges regarding the right whale in the ocean, of which there are only about 430 known to exist, and their navigation and their spawning patterns in the ocean. And now they suddenly have to try to navigate bases of turbines. It's even worse up in the Gulf because they want to release floating turbines that require 3 cables to anchor to the ocean floor, plus a 4th cable, which is the power cable itself. How is anything supposed to navigate that? So these are all impacts and concerns that we have ongoing that so far haven't really been meaningfully addressed. There's also human rights concerns in regards to how we obtain some of the metals, the precious metals that go into some of these products. And it's an ongoing concern. I'm sorry to sound like a Debbie Downer, but I've been at this a little while. I've been consulting on offshore wind since about 2018. So the benefits, I think, are there. We're not officially against renewable energy, but we just want to make sure if we're going to apply the word clean, let's make sure it truly, truly is just that. So,
yeah, Leslie, I'm curious. I see you over. We've been doing the bunny ears, all of us, the quotes. I'm curious in terms of definitions and how we apply value to words. If there's anything that you want to comment on when we think about
so this
renewable.
is where it's really important for offshore wind toolkits to be developed between non-native and native groups, so that there's an understanding, there's clarification and translation brought to specific kinds of words. So in our Wampanoag language, clean would mean truly clean, and we would have descriptors that meant literally clean. So in understanding what clean energy is, there's just a hint of greenwashing in that because it's cleaner than fossil fuels, but it's not completely clean, and we all know that. For example, Mike and I were talking about the base of some of the turbines out in the water that's created out of retired tires, and they're massive, and they help to secure the turbine.
To stabilize the bases, so in other words, yes.
There's chemical runoff from the breakdown of those tires. There's thousands of tires in one of these pieces, and so, we understand, we're not, clueless, but we understand that there's going to be some loss to you got to weigh the benefits, right? Like, we're going to lose this to gain this. However, we believe as tribal people that we need to be more responsible and accountable, and tribes shouldn't be consulted in the middle or after the fact. We need to be brought to the table in the very beginning of these discussions about where these sites are going to take place, what kinds of impacts would be to the tribes that use those waters, not only for fishing, but for ceremonial purposes as well. And that seems to sometimes get lost in this hype of, oh, well, we're gonna, bring renewable energy to these waters. And BOEM met with the Wabanaki Nation a few months back, and the nation was pretty upset because the turbines were just too close to their ceremonial areas, and they were basically brought in after the fact. And so I think we need to step back in this conversation and start to build networks that include relationships that are authentic, that are really mutually respectful, and that don't take place after plans are made, but well before. And I think describing what clean means between the two different groups, because for tribal people, clean is pure. And we know that that's not pure, clean energy. So I think those conversations definitely need to happen.
Thank you. That was extremely insightful and adds further detail to what Michael was saying. And Raheem, I'm curious if you have more to add, and even on the free, prior, informed consent versus consultation in your experience.
Yes, I could speak on this all day.
Good eye.
Personally, I have, similar to what they were saying, I have a huge issue with the term clean energy. If nothing else, I try to think of it in a life cycle concept. So when you're manufacturing the technology or the material to create these technologies, you have to harvest them from somewhere. What does that harvesting look like? How does that affect the environment and the communities around where they plan on harvesting this environment? Is it done in a reciprocal way with the ecology around them? Then once you harvest it and process it, like Mike was saying, are you processing it with renewable energy or are you using fossil fuels or some other method to produce it? Then once it's actually in place, they only have a certain lifespan. And once that's done, what's happening to the end product? Is it being recycled? Is it being just thrown into a landfill? Mike and I have spoken countless times about some of the material being used in some of the wind turbines being wood harvested from Brazil. But even then, only a portion of it is harvested. So is it truly green at that point? Because the rest of it is either plastic or some other polymer or something like that. So yeah, I think that is a huge aspect that needs to be addressed. The material technology that goes into these materials has to be improved. I understand that in order to make an omelet, you have to break eggs. I'm not saying that renewable energy is bad or clean energy is not the way to go, but there should be / is a way to go forward that is reciprocal with nature. And personally, I know I'm not that old, but I'm just tired of seeing the egg that gets broken being the environment and disadvantaged communities having to deal with those negative impacts.
Can I add a couple more things? I'll prove I can be a little positive. I've seen quite a bit of innovation in recycling in certain types of materials. So to be fair to the offshore wind industry a little bit, there was a problem that was rising in Europe, and that was the fact that the rotor blades were made of complete fiberglass, and they don't break down, and they would go into landfills, and there were all these terrible pictures of them bulldozing or covering over these ginormous blades. The response from the industry was, okay, if we make them a little bit less out of the fiberglass, but we have to substitute it. So to Raheem's point, they went to the rainforest and Amazon and started doing clear cutting for balsa wood to substitute that. Can I give them credit for at least trying to address the problem? Yes, I can, and I do appreciate that, but we can find other ways. Now, I've seen some very interesting concepts where they can repurpose fiberglass. So when a full blade is made of fiberglass, it can be replaced with another blade of fiberglass, but the actual process to recycle that fiberglass is very, very complete and can be used for other things. So I think we need to look at those types of situations to be able to offset this. Another area that we're starting to hear more about is called carbon sequestration, or taking CO2 out of the air and what to do with it and try to balance what's been happening. The fossil fuel industry wants to capture it and inject it into the ground, and they're kind of pitching it as a one-to-one, and that they're being responsible to climate change and addressing the problem. The issue with that is we don't know how long and if it's even natural to be able to put CO2 back into the ground. And how do you test for that over time, you know? But I give them a little bit of credit, at least for trying. But I think we still have to look at, if we're going to be investing in renewable energy, we need to also be investing in different ways to recycle and find new ways to address the downsides a little bit more.
Responsibly.
Responsibly, and addressing the past responsibly. I think a lot of indigenous knowledge has been reused and exploited. I think about, especially carbon sequestering. One of my mother's first examples for me of carbon sequestering was gardening and the way we go about Three Sisters gardening, right? And even other aspects. But one thing that both of you, all of you really spoke to right now was ultimately environmental justice. And when we think about EJ communities, as well as the new transition, what does it look like for tribal communities to actually get justice from these transitions, whether it be free housing and heat, considering all of the beaver and other skins and relatives that have been taken from us, whether it be treaty time period and previously, but also, again, the reality is that we have indigenous people that need help that is considered modern, but is also attached to the environment still. What does environmental justice look like for your communities? I'm going to turn it over to Jason first.
I mean, I feel like it's non-existent, honestly. Our community isn't classified as an EJ community. If you drive down to the Cape, and I'm sure many of you have, you look around, you'd say, these folks are doing fine. That's what it looks like. Drive to Papanesset, New Seabury, and see all the beautiful homes that are on the water. These folks are doing really good. Well, not the Native community. And that is an issue that's been taken up recently. I do have to give a shout out to the state, and specifically Maria Belen Power. I want to just give her a quick shout out. She has reached out to the tribe. They are being a little bit more receptive, but we're not getting those considerations. We are being overlooked. You know, climate change has caused ecological degradation. We're losing our shorelines. We're losing our marshlands. We're losing our coastline. And these are areas where historically we lived, we thrived, these areas sustained us. And if we lose these cultural resources, you really do lose part of your identity. It's hard to explain to a non-native how innate some of these things are. It's so deep inside of you. And if you can see the changes in your lifetime, it hurts, because you wonder, what is this place going to look like in 50 more years? Who's going to live here? Who's not going to live here? Because we're getting displaced. It is very, very difficult to own a home on Cape Cod. And I worry over time, if people pass on or can't, you know, afford their houses any longer, where does that house go? Who gets that home? And what will our community look like in 50 years, 100 years? What will it look like? You know, it's a tricky subject, right? We don't really have any of the legal frameworks in place that can assist us. It's just very difficult for our community, and I'm sure everyone here can add to that and feels the same way, but that's just how I see things on a day-to-day basis.
One way that we're seeing it in our tribe and throughout the Northeast is through the Native Land Conservancy, the first indigenous land trust east of the Mississippi, by creating opportunities for land back. So this organization started about 14 years ago. I sit on the board, and basically we hold land in conservation. We protect it from overdevelopment or any kind of development. We protect it for the future of indigenous cultural expression on these lands and in these waters. And so for us, natives are, you know, stepping up and serving ourselves in the environmental justice realm by holding land in trust and providing opportunities for land back, for access, for the continuation and the preservation of the culture in those spaces.
As defined by us.
That's
because
right.
It's so critical in conservation. I think of settler colonial conservation, especially the rules that get applied to certain areas. You can't have permanent structures. So what does it look like to then build a longhouse or have a cultural entity where people keep their identity and are able to come home? I really appreciate the Native Land Conservancy and you for bringing that up right now. Thank you. Michael, you look like you were ready to say something.
Well, I was going to say also, it's slow going, but we're possible doing partnerships with other land conservancies as well. The Nature Conservancy has a parcel of land that we're talking with them about minimally co-stewardship along with our Mohegan relatives. They're ancestrally connected to us as a people. And going into a co-management or co-stewardship of these lands. It's by a cove, and it's been abused by and large by pot hunters, archaeologists that aren't really archaeologists. They go back to basically 1920. And this parcel of land is about 15 minutes from us, and again, owned by the Nature Conservancy. So they reached out to us, actually, and started asking, would you be interested in, this kind of a relationship? And they were timid about it, but we're like, yeah, absolutely, and perhaps down the road they might even just want to release it. They just want to keep the land protected, and we certainly can appreciate that, and we have plans to possibly put back, our original uses, restoring traditional plants that really do belong there. It's been terribly abused, not just by the archaeologists, but just in general, hasn't had any upkeep. But there's a lot of wildlife that's still there, right to the waterfront. So very interested in that. We look at that as a positive development. We'd like to see more outreach like that from land conservancies, because they have quite a bit of land in their possession. So.
Awesome. So I just want to say two things. First, I just want to say thank you to Jason for bringing that point up. It's so critical, and I just want to echo and stress it. Like, we are very much land-based people. If we, for one, are restricted to only a very small portion of our original territories, not only do we lose the access to so many of our resources, or like how I like to think about it, our relatives, we lose slowly parts of our culture, right? And if we have access to those areas, what do they look like now? So right now, they're like Jason was saying, a lot of them, we're both coastal, we both come from coastal peoples, and the waters are significantly important to us as indigenous peoples. If the water's being polluted, if the land itself is being polluted, if the land is being eroded through just different climate activities and impacts, what is that going to look like, as he was saying, 50, 100 years from now? Who's going to be able to live here? What is our culture going to look like? But because we are such a land-based people, including our language is also tied into this. So we talked about the river herring earlier. We have a word, Sequanimas, which translates to river herring, but really it means springfish. If the seasons and they start migrating a lot in different time frames and it shifts enough, what does that mean for our language at that point? And then the second thing I want to talk about is what you alluded to earlier, and a couple other people alluded to, is the difference between consultation and consent. So right now, legally, organizations only have to consult us. And most of the time, they barely do that at best. If we were able to transition it to from consultation to consent, not only would it force people to come and meet us way earlier on in the process, because if nobody wants to spend millions of dollars, and then just to come to find out that the tribes aren't willing to consent, and now the project's over. It gives us not just a seat at the table earlier, but it gives us a more significant seat at that table, which I think is very important for our communities.
It absolutely changes the relationship. Washington State is considering a consent policy brought forward by Fawn Sharp, who used to be the president of the National Congress of American Indians, and unfortunately it's still sitting, I think, on legislators' desks there. But the Attorney General of that state thinks it's a fantastic idea to embrace. It's a matter of, I think, overcoming some fears, but I do think it's an important step in the right direction. It also marries to something you mentioned earlier, which is UNDRIP, the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which is in their charter in at least 3 of the different articles, 7, 9, and 13, I believe it is, that speaks to consent. So it's well worth a good read to look at why those relationships are absolutely important with our Indigenous communities.
And the fact that the work of UNDRIP is ongoing, I hear a lot of what's coming from you is also, I think about maritime law and the reality that there are all these zones in the ocean, but there isn't one for Indigenous people.
That's correct.
Wild. Even when we think about relatives in Hawaii and other island nations, Puerto Rico, the reality is Indigenous people, where we are and where we've been is also where we need to continue to be. And that doesn't mean industry and governments get to override tribal sovereign governments for that relationality and that ability. And so I want to kind of summarize with, what do you all define land back as for you? But also, is it just co-management? Is it co-stewardship? Or is it not just industry, but also individual scientists actually coming in and trying to build relationships and get that full consent? Does it look like having Indigenous youth be able to have free tuition and a push for Indigenous scientists? Does it look like people putting land back into Indigenous name in their wills? I'm really curious from your POVs, but also for the youth here on this panel, what does this look like?
I mean, we could have an hour on this, and it's actually important to say, because I think when people hear land back right away, they think, oh my God, they're coming after my home.
Yep.
You know? And that's really not what it is. And everyone's going to have a different opinion. For me, it's very, very simple. It's a reconnection. We've lost connection to our land. We're landless. We just don't control anything anymore. We had a vast territory at one point. It's down to, we own 1/10 of 1% of what was once our native lands. I wish I had a map. I always put a map up on all my PowerPoints. And it shows the discrepancy there. It's really, really jarring when you look at it. It's just a little tiny dot on a map. So to me, land back, it means many things, but just in general, it means a reconnection. Whatever that looks like, it could be co-management, co-stewardship, it could be land in the trust, it could be cultural easements, it could be a million things, but the main thing is a reconnection. There are opportunities. The state owns, DCR owns 400,000 acres of land. There's land everywhere. It's native land. I'm sorry, it is native land. We are on native land. We need to reconnect to that land somehow, some way, and we can't do it on our own. We just can't. And we talked about access earlier. There are certain places that I can't go in my own backyard because people are throwing me off the property. There's nowhere to park. I try to go fishing, I'm getting told to get out. My car's getting towed. Areas that we used to hunt are now neighborhoods. It's now private property. It's now, or there's too many homes, you're within 500 feet of a home. It's very, very difficult. There's got to be a way for us to be able to reconnect to our land. Our elders, our kids, we all need it. We need that spirituality. We need that cultural connection. Again, I mentioned the word earlier, it's innate. It's very difficult to describe. I was born so connected to the land. That's all we did. We drove the back roads. We got out. We went through the bogs, through the woods. We harvested. And it was just such a big part of my childhood, and I don't see it anymore. I just don't see it. There are so many changes. So not to go too much further down there, but I just want to be reconnected to my land. I want to know that I have access to it. I want to know that I can be one with it again.
It's what the Native Land Conservancy is doing, and it means freedom. It means future. It means preservation of culture, our next 7 generations. Everything we do, our intentions, our thoughts, impacts the next 7 generations. So if we don't have space, land, and water for our children and their children and their children to practice the culture, then the culture dies. And that's not anything we can stomach, nor can we even imagine. So the work that we do with the Native Land Conservancy to protect these spaces is a form of land back for Indigenous communities. Please go to the website, nativelandconservancy.org.
Absolutely. When I'm asked, you know, that same question, you know, what does land back mean, you know, or where would you start? Federal parks. And let's start there, because, you know, we're all talking about trying to keep development out of those areas. No one does that better, in my opinion, than tribes. And even that's been under attack. Earlier, we talked about environmental justice and, you know, and some of our communities not being able to afford homes. The same is true in the islands of Hawaii, where they're forced inland because everyone else has forced them out and bought up their land and their homes. One such person who did that was Mark Zuckerberg. Another person that you probably know is Oprah Winfrey. Okay, being forced out of their traditional lands because they can't afford to, quote unquote, live there. It's a travesty. So those types of examples, I think, need to be reversed and bring our people back to the places that we know and love.
That we're from, yeah.
Thank you.
I know we're short on time, so I'll keep it brief, but...
Land back.
Yes. So I'll just say I agree with, again, everything everybody else is saying. I think when I think of it, it's more of mutually beneficial for everybody. So if we get at least access to the land, we can instill the cultural aspects that are missing from our community. I can only speak for Mashantucket specifically, but there are certain relatives that aren't within our decided boundaries, if you will, that are traditionally significant to us and culturally significant to us. We mentioned earlier, we don't have access to the water. We have to go through the same processes as like a regular person in a regular town would have to go through if we want to hunt off res, or if we want to fish or shellfish or harvest. Like as Mike alluded to earlier, we're starting to build these relationships to promote these cooperative agreements. It would help us as well as maybe reduce the cost to other landowners depending on how that looks. But I think to what everybody else was saying, it really is, it really would support our cultural identity and allow us to continue as a people.
I want to thank you all, Katabashash, so much for everything that you've all shared. I want to thank all of you for being here, everyone who has been a part of the organizational staff, down to security, people who helped us check in. And I just want to add that one thing clearly remains true, and it's that indigeneity is not something of the past, and neither are our stories. We're very much present, and we're here to be a part of the future. So in many ways, the ball is in the court of those who want to help and ensure and be a part of that reconciliation that we're all clearly sending a charge for. And so I just want to take this opportunity in good Indigenous protocol to give you all some gifts for the energy that you all carry. I know in my research, one creation story that really has guided a lot of what I've done is how the birds got their song. So with that being said, I have a gift for all of you. But you all can clap now for them. Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Is it eclairs?
No.
Thank you all so much. As the person who stands between you and lunch, I will keep this snappy. There's a bribe for those of you who want to stay through the afternoon. It's called the Ben & Jerry's Ice Cream Truck, and it will be on Oxford Street around the last breakout session. But I don't think I need to bribe any of you to go to the breakouts. We have a bunch of amazing breakout sessions, including a continuation of some of the themes you heard on the main stage just now, as well as work on housing, which you heard from Allie earlier, and some more of the themes you heard in the Gen Z. So please do enjoy your lunch, check out those breakout sessions, and we'll see you back here at 4:30 for our final panel and closing remarks. Thank you.
Welcome back to our final session. Please take your seats and silence your phones. Welcome our moderator, Lindi van Mutius, and our panel, Greg Deldiek, founder and chairman, Enex Technologies, Dan Lashoff, U.S. Director, World Resources Institute, Emily Norton, Executive Director, Charles River Watersheds Association, Sanjay Seth, lecturer, Harvard Graduate School of Design and Chief of Staff and Senior Advisor for Climate and Equity, U.S. EPA Region 1, and Andrea Yadsampa, founder and CEO, Deploy US.
That's good.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for being here. We were taking bets backstage. How many people make it back for the last session? No surprise guests this time, but I'm joined by 5 terrific alumni. We obviously could have at least 11 alumni up on this stage. We have so many wonderful alumni, but these folks represent a really great cross-section of the things we have discussed for the last 2 days at Harvard Climate Action Week. So I'm really thrilled that they're all here, and I'm gonna let them introduce themselves as we start talking to each other. So Greg, can I start off by asking you that one of the themes we heard yesterday and today is that climate solutions can also be really good business, right? It can be profitable. Beyond increasing profits, though, what larger imperative do you, as a climate tech CEO, and perhaps you can share a little bit about your company as well, an entrepreneur, think compels businesses to reduce emissions or invest in technologies that mitigate greenhouse gas emissions? And how can we get markets to try to push for climate solutions?
Well, thank you, Lindy. Would you like me to introduce myself first, maybe,
yourself.
or okay?
Yeah.
So, well, hello, everyone. I'm very grateful, to be here today, and very inspired from everything I've heard over the past couple of days and all the wonderful people I've met. So, look, so quickly about me. So, Greg Deldiek, French and American. I'm a Harvard Business School grad of '97. I currently live in Europe. Career-wise, so I did a bit of investment banking at Goldman Sachs, strategy consulting at BCG, and then 14 years at Carrier, which is the leader worldwide in air conditioning and refrigeration and heating. Look, there's been a lot of conversations over the past couple of days about policy and the role of government in driving regulation. And clearly, when you address externalities like climate change, it's very much needed. So, but on my end, so I'm a bit of an outlier, I guess, compared to a lot of things I've heard up until now, because I fell into the climate change space just because I saw a business opportunity. So I am the greed is good, 80s style of climate change. And look, I really think that there's really room for both. And if regulation alone cannot push it. I mean, you also need private enterprise. And so look, my partner and I, Didier Dacosta, Eric Parot, who are also long-term specialist of air conditioning, heating, and refrigeration. John Shaw, and then my shareholders, Luca Preto, Fillet, Banor. So we saw that opportunity in the cooling, heating, and refrigeration space to create the leader worldwide for commercial equipment in that space using natural refrigerants. And so we started it in 2020, and today we have Enex Technologies, which is the name of our company, which is the leader worldwide in these natural technologies for HVAC, refrigeration, so cooling and heating. So why is it important? Heating, cooling, and refrigeration in the developed world, it's about 25% of the energy consumed. So if you want to address climate change, obviously you need to act in that space in terms of energy efficiency. The second thing is, historically, they've been using fluorinated gases for the heat exchange, inside the equipment. And this is very bad. The fluorinated gases, they have GWP anywhere between 1,000 and 4,000, so it contributes to the global warming, but also they are PFAS, they are long-term, long-life chemicals that, once they get rejected into the atmosphere, there's rain, goes back into the water base, and then people drink it, and it leads to bad things. Now, just the global warming potential of the leaks, it's equivalent to all the global warming footprint of aviation in Europe and the US. So very, very significant. Now, why is it good business also? Well, because it's big. When you look at the industry, you're talking 300 billion worldwide, an industry growing GDP plus historically, so 3 to 5%, but now that there is a migration, towards natural, talking probably 7, 8%, and on the natural side, 15 plus. So there's definitely an opportunity there, and so that's why Lindi said, look, good business, right, can also be, a driver for good impact on climate change. And so something we discussed with Andrea before the panel, when you push regulation, if you push regulation too fast, and you don't have the support of technology and it doesn't make economic sense for the end user, you end up getting backlash. And we saw that at the European election last weekend. And everything has to go hand in hand, and technology has to evolve together with regulation in parallel. And so on our end, we do a lot of innovation, right? And so today, the company has reached about 200 million in size. So we grew from 0 4 years ago to 200 million this year. We grow organically 35% per year, but we innovate a lot. So we're going to launch about 35 new products over the next 18 months. And as we launch these new products that help energy efficiency, obviously using natural refrigerant, also the switch electrification, so away from boilers, into heat pumps, then the regulators use it. And it allows them then to push regulation because you have the technology there that makes it palatable for end customers to adopt it. So that's it. Look, I've talked a lot, but that's what we do.
Well, I think you raise an interesting point. So I'm going to ask Dan Lashoff, who's the North America Director for the World Resources Institute, and who also works on advancing low emissions technology and zero emissions technology. Dan, what's your response to that? Do you agree with Greg? And what are you excited and hopeful about when you look at sort of the pace of industry transitions and the role of regulations in those?
Yeah, thanks, Lindy. So for those who don't know, the World Resources Institute is a global non-governmental organization that works at the intersection of environment and development to advance solutions for people, nature, and climate. And to do that, we think we have to transform 3 key human systems: energy, food, and the way we organize our cities. And we do that working at all levels of government and with the private sector, because we need all hands on deck to solve the climate problem. I have the privilege of leading our US work, and our US work is really focused on creating conditions where we can achieve the very ambitious climate goals that the US has set out now: 50% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, net zero by 2050. I approach that with what I like to call radical pragmatism. So it's radical because we have to admit those are really ambitious goals. Those are not easy to do, but they're also what the science requires us to do. So we have to do that, and our approach to ambition, which is the theme of this week, is always driven by the science. And the science is telling us we have to make radical changes in these systems, or we're going to have radical impacts imposed on us by the climate system and the collapse of natural ecosystems. So we have to be radical in our ambition, but we also have to be pragmatic in our approach to meeting those goals, which means, for us, we've got to consider the full portfolio of zero carbon solutions, not just whatever is fashionable in a particular community or a particular week. We've got to be driven by science. We also have to be pragmatic in terms of policy solutions and not be wedded only to what the economists will tell us is the first best solution. So we support those, but if we can make progress in other ways, we're gonna work on that. And I'll just give one example. We work on a wide range of things to do this, and hopefully we can talk about some of the others through the conversation, but in the interest of time, I'll just give one example of one area that we work in. Since 2018, WRUS has really been working on trying to scale up carbon removal technologies. So why carbon removal? Well, we come at it with the perspective that absolutely the priority has to be on reducing emissions from sources directly by 80 to 90%. But science tells us that there's no way to get to net zero fast enough to meet the goals of the Paris Climate Agreement unless we're also scaling up carbon removal to remove carbon dioxide that's already in the atmosphere and the truly hard to abate sectors like agriculture, which are going to be very difficult to get to zero. So, so we've been doing that, supporting a broad portfolio of approaches from direct air capture to nature-based solutions, a wide variety of policies such as the tax credits, which were enhanced through the Inflation Reduction Act, the large investment in demonstration projects that were scaled in the bipartisan infrastructure bill, as well as the Inflation Reduction Act. And then we're also working on state policies. Bill, I'm very excited about in California, which basically would establish a polluter's take-back requirement. So emitters would still be required to reduce their own emissions, but for their residual emissions, whatever's left, they would have to actually procure long-duration, high-quality carbon removal to compensate for those emissions, starting at a very modest number like 1% in 2030, but eventually, you know, while their emissions have come down, getting to 100% of what's left by 2045 so that California can actually meet its net zero goal. So that's a quick overview of some of the stuff we work on.
Mm-hmm. That's great. And I think now that we're moving really into talking about the policy realm, I want to turn it over to our Kennedy School alumni. Emily Norton, who is the Executive Director of the Charles River Watershed Association, and Andrea Yodsampa, who's the Executive Director and CEO of Deploy US. So both of you have worked on bipartisan climate solutions, and I know are really dedicated to advancing those kinds of solutions given their durability. Can you share what strategies you found most useful as climate change has become a more politically divisive issue?
Sure, and I'll give a little bit of background as well. So my first job out of college, I was a recycling coordinator in Burlington, Vermont, when recycling became mandatory, and then I went to the Kennedy School, and then I went to DC, like most of my graduating class, and I worked at the World Bank and the State Department, and I hated it. I didn't care. Prestigious, great. I don't like big bureaucracies. I miss that local level, so I'm so respectful and admiring of folks who are working at that higher level, but I really enjoy working at the state and local level. So in addition to being the executive director of the Charles River Watershed Association, I just finished up 10 years on the Newton City Council. And when I was first running for alderman, I got the name changed, people said, why would you want to be an alderman? And I can tell you, a lot of the decisions that are made about climate are made at the local level. So most of my career, I was in the mitigation side. I probably don't have to tell this crowd. There's mitigation and adaptation. We used to like to not talk about adaptation because that's super depressing. Now we know we need to be doing that. I started in 2018 at CRWA, and I was like, oh my God, we're so screwed. Like the climate mitigation does not get enough attention, does not get enough philanthropy dollars, but it gets a lot more than water and resilience, and I can tell you the people making land use and development decisions don't understand the implications of anything related to water. And when you think about climate impacts, flooding, heat, drought, a lot of it is related to water and how we manage water, not just on the coasts. You know, I probably don't have to tell you about all the flooding that's happening inland. So our work, I think, is very vital. I would encourage all of us to think more about how we can help have more attention to the water side of it. And having, like I said, I've been on both sides. In terms of bipartisan, so I work in Massachusetts, where, and prior to this, I was the Massachusetts director for the Sierra Club. It's a pretty blue state, but having said that, within blue, there are gradations of blue. So you do have, so Here, it's less about climate deniers. It's more about people in theory wanting to act on climate, and then when we propose building electrification, ranting on my Facebook, don't you touch my gas stove. So it's really more about, you know, I've met the enemy and he is us, or whatever that phrase is. It really is, how do we get to people so that they understand the urgency and they want to take action in a way that they don't feel judged and they feel that they have the support. I do believe that a lot of people do want to do the right thing and do the right thing for themselves, their kids, et cetera. We don't make it easy enough. So that's what I get really excited about, is finding that way to, whether you call it bipartisan or just getting beyond people's resistance in a way that they'll, you know, that they'll want to be allies and work with us.
Great. Well, thank you so much. And that was the perfect tee up, so thank you. My name is Andrea Yodsampa, as Lindy said, and I founded and I run Deploy US, which is a very unusual nonprofit. We have a truly bipartisan staff, ranging from very progressive to very conservative. Our board, similarly, from very progressive to very conservative, all focused on durable, ambitious climate action. So we're living the bipartisan dream, and actually it's incredibly inspiring. And our goal is durable, ambitious, US-led decarbonization, focused on, especially on federal policy, but certainly connecting the dots to business, to state and local and federal levels of policy change. And we heard, first of all, I actually want to thank you and Jim and Salata Institute for the exceptional clarity of vision in highlighting bipartisanship at this event. That is rare and precious and incredibly important. And how many of you heard former Congressman Carlos Curbelo speak and open the first session yesterday? Wonderful. And how many of you heard the Gen Z session and Alex Posner and colleagues? So these are really important leaders of bipartisan climate action. And they talked about the imperative for bipartisanship. There is no path, given the way our country is divided right now and the way our government is structured, to durable US-led decarbonization without some measure, of bipartisan support. And the question is how? How do we achieve it, given how deeply divided our country is? And given that the climate issue has succumbed for a very long time now to the, partisan politics, basically. And the answer is in part what we heard from Alex Posner of Climate Solutions Fund earlier today in the introduction to the Gen Z panel. And that is that there exists an ecosystem in civil society that we call the eco-right field. And this field is comprised of passionate climate leaders who are conservatives, who run nonprofit organizations, and who are dedicated to bipartisan climate action. The field also includes what we call allies. They're not necessarily conservative, but they engage the constituencies that are inherently credible on the political right in this country, like business leaders and investors, like military, former flag officers and national security leaders, and conservative religious leaders, and youth, and agriculture, and farmers, and fishermen, and so on. So this ecosystem has the potential to push and to reward and to support Republican climate leadership on Capitol Hill. That is their purpose. That's what they're dedicated to, and they're working every single day as hard as humanly possible to achieve that. And Lord knows we all need them to be successful. But as Alex Posner and I think former Congressman Carlos Curbelo also may have shared, that ecosystem is receiving 0.5% of US climate philanthropic dollars. So everyone here, all of us and virtually, who want to see the US exercise a different level of ambition in our climate leadership and really implement policies that will address this issue fast enough and endure across transitions in government, we need this ecosystem to be successful, and that's what we work on. And I again will say that I know that can seem far-fetched and it can seem like pie in the sky, but it is happening. The news is not covering it. It is happening. There are bipartisan breakthroughs happening all the time, at local and state and federal levels across this country, in large measure because of civil society activism. So I look forward to talking about this more as there's time.
Yeah, I think you make a really great point that I know we've heard in other sessions and some of the breakout sessions as well about that power of sort of the next level down of activism and work. Dan, did you want to add anything? Because I know that WRI also engages in some of that, and you were just talking about California, but...
Yeah, I mean, we've engaged and, we agree that the best approach would be bipartisanship, if we can get that, and that would be more durable. And one of the best examples of that is actually one of the places in the US where we have carbon pricing, which is California. The cap and trade program was passed under Republican leadership, Republican Governor Schwarzenegger, so, and then extended under Jerry Brown and being implemented by Governor Newsom. So that's one place where we're seeing it actually work, and we certainly will welcome that, and we work with anybody who is willing to support action that is driven by science, and that includes a number of groups on both sides of the aisle politically.
Yeah. Sanjay Seth, you are a rare alum of the Kennedy School and the Graduate School of Design, and you're a lecturer at the GSD, as well as a senior level climate practitioner in the federal government. More than anyone, I think you value interdisciplinary solutions as part of durable, equitable solutions. Can you share a little bit more about why you believe that and the work that you do?
Sure, I would love to. Well, just thanks for the invitation to come speak to you all tonight. Yeah, what makes interdisciplinary work matter in the climate space? And I think, it's summer. Let's think about a heat wave. If you talk to a doctor, they're going to say, let's focus on children and elderly folks with heart disease. If you talk to a social worker, they'll say, let's think about domestic violence and how that incidence increases when there's heat waves. If you talk to a public policy practitioner, they may be thinking about how the building codes do or don't include air conditioning as a mandatory part of what they do. And an urban planner might think about tree canopy, right? Each of these professions and each of these folks obviously brings something, and I think we all understand that. But the process of weaving them together is an art form. It is not something where you just put them all in a room and hope something comes out of it. It does take a lot of effort. It takes intentionality, and it does take a lot of compromise in the same way that bipartisan solutions take compromise. It takes an ability to talk to someone who doesn't speak your language and communicate what you value. Why are those your interests? But also hear them. And that's easy to say in this context when you're on a stage at a nice conference, but it is one of the most important paths we have, because when it comes to adaptation, and Emily, I really appreciate that you lifted up adaptation as something that was transformative for you in thinking about how you think about water. I think adaptation is so physical, right? It's not something that happens in our atmosphere, right? It's something that happens at home. It happens on the commute. It happens at work. And so when we're thinking about, how are we preparing for climate change? I think that's where we get a lot of opportunity to think about, okay, interdisciplinary work. What does it mean to prepare, the child who lives in a community that doesn't have tree canopy, has asthma, and needs to get on a bus, but the bus system takes 2 hours to get them to school, right? That's where we have a moment to think about holistic change instead of just one-off pieces.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Emily or Dan, anybody want to build on that?
Yeah, so I like to think about areas that we've already come up with solutions. So an example related to adaptation or resilience is that cities and towns, I'll give Newton, because I know it well. So Newton in FY24 spent $26 million on our police department, $29 million on our fire department. We spent $0 to pay someone to look at land use, development patterns, flood storage. It's no one's job to protect people and property in my city from flooding. And that is true for your city as well. We have not but we do know how to invest in threats that we understand. we don't understand the threats related to, I mean, there are pockets of understanding that folks at Woodard and Curran understand this stuff. There's pockets of expertise, but they're not in places where they can be making decisions that protect you. So that is something that CRWA brings to the 35 cities and towns in our watershed, is to be helping leaders understand this threat. We walk them through, you know, water here, well, you gotta do flood storage over here to do with flooding over here. Stormwater pipes are this big, but the storms are this big. We wanna be directing water into the ground. I mean, these sort of nature-based solutions that if you went to DPW school 20, 30 years ago, you weren't, I don't know if there is a DPW school, but you weren't taught these things. And so we shouldn't be expecting that people who work at the level where these decisions are made would understand them. So we need to get ahead of that, and we need to do it quickly. I'll leave it at that. Okay.
My favorite are the solutions that provide both resilience and mitigation at the same time. So one would be urban tree canopies and green schoolyards. And Lindi, you're on the board of the Trust for Public Lands, which does amazing work with green schoolyards. So I love that. We work on electric school buses, which Leah Stokes in her inimical style called the megafauna of climate mitigation. But they can also serve as an adaptation mechanism, because if you have an extreme weather event driven by climate change, those buses can be configured to provide electricity to power a school or community center or a microgrid, and therefore provide resilience in the face of climate change.
Oh, that's great. I have one more question for some of you who might be engaged alumni, vocally engaged alumni. What do you see as the role of a university like Harvard in pushing for those kinds of interdisciplinary climate solutions?
I have an answer. We'll see if I ever get invited back. So for those of you who are local, we have something called the I-90 project, where Harvard is going to have access to a lot more land for development as we straighten. And this is, this is a real example, because it's something that is being decided now, and this is where we're either gonna do the resilient, future forward-thinking thing, or we're not. So we're gonna straighten out I-90. It's gonna free up a lot of land for development that Harvard's gonna develop, and that's great. New neighborhood, there's gonna be a new West Station, new commuter rail. But as part of that, we are gonna, the plan right now, MassDOT, is to build 12 lanes of highway, 8 lanes of Mass Pike and 4 lanes of Soldiers Field Road between BU and the river. And to have that much asphalt, because right now Mass Pike is elevated, so the idea is to bring it down. You have to build into the Charles River. And then they're gonna put the Paul Dudley White Path on like a boardwalk with pilings and all that. So you're going into the river, you're narrowing the water sheet when we're getting more water, and you're expanding highway capacity. So if I were Harvard, I would agree with CRWA and the walking, biking, transit advocates who are saying, let's look at reducing the lanes to actually meet our real capacity. So that's my recommendation for Harvard. And I'll never be invited back.
Yeah. I think one thing I would add, you know, the way folks often convey the role of a university, they say, you know, we need to educate students to be leaders in their community and understand how to work on teams on complex public problems. Or they'll say, you know, the role of a university is about the production of knowledge and research, and how do we actually move our understanding forward. And also, we need to convene. I think there is also a responsibility of a university to be present in the world, right? It is a challenging space to talk about challenging issues like climate change. And an inward turn is a really challenging thing to execute when we don't have a lot of time. So when I think about, you know, how do universities engage in this way, in a way that's authentic to their mission and purpose, it's really about who's at the table and how do you involve them, right? We have 30 years to transform our energy systems and transportation and food systems and housing. We have a lot to do in a really short period of time, and we have a window to do it. But it's going to require new forms of collaboration, new ways of engaging that may at first be uncomfortable in a university setting that's used to, you know, sharing knowledge and then letting others run with it. And I think obviously there's solutions there and there's a little bit of a tension there, but I think there's something to be said for how do we design with community? How do we research with community so that once our ideas are out in the world, they don't need to be like adapted wildly. People can run with them and actually implement. And keeping that air gap between being a university and policymaking is important. But making sure you're a resource to those communities that are going to be hit first and worst by climate change, and pulling their expertise in, leveraging their work to kind of advance the shared mission that we all have. You know, I think Harvard is doing that and can continue to do even more of that. And I know, as someone who leads an accelerator program, you are actively thinking about all of these things.
Maybe I'll just build on that, but in a slightly different direction. I'm struck by a panel that I attended yesterday, Dr. Lee Stokes, on post-IRA policymaking. And really, her and the panelists' emphasis on fissures within the environmental movement on the left. And we all know this is a huge, huge issue. To address the climate change problem in a serious way requires the willingness to come together and have serious discussions across all sorts of profound differences of perspective, in some cases of values, of policy preferences, of power bases, of sectors, of disciplines and expertise. But the only way we're going to get there is by actually really engaging a deeper level of curiosity and looking for common ground, which does exist even in relationships where we don't immediately see it. So I think that, again, what I'm so impressed with and grateful for in this event these couple of days is the willingness to have some of those difficult conversations. And I think that Harvard University is, and other universities are beautifully positioned to support those kinds of difficult conversations, to help to generate a level of shared understanding and mutual respect across some very deeply held perspectives and positions in the climate movement, and to figure out where there's enough common ground to move forward together. I can't think of a more vital role. There's many, many, many other important things that can be done, but this additionally is incredibly important. So I would encourage that.
So look, on my end, so I want to express first gratefulness for what I got from Harvard, and then pose a question. So look, it's simple. NX Technologies, again, which today is the climate tech leader in cooling, heating, and refrigeration, would not exist without Harvard. I mean, it's very clear to me. One, from what I've learned, you know, both from professors, but also from my peers. Two, I found my brilliant wife there. We met in business school, and she certainly pushed me to create a company, and without her, it would not exist. Then, you know, we've invested $90 million in the company, and all of it comes from me or Harvard alums or friends of Harvard alums. Then professors along the way, I mean, Professor Sabinius, Professor Lerner, I mean, gave me a lot of advice along the way. And then there was a service that used to exist, but that you guys discontinued, called Baker for Business. And it was a service at the Baker Library of the Business School, and you had 4 just incredibly qualified employees of the library that could do research for alums. And working with me, we did a full sizing of the industry, segmentation, and then 250 company profiles. And so look, it's like a buffet. I mean, there's so many resources, you know, to have access to, but I guess you also have to seek it. And so then the question I'm posing is, you know, how do you institutionalize this? I'm not sure, you know, right? Because it's there, but you have to seek it. And so I'm not sure how you institutionalize this. I don't know. But certainly, again, I have nothing but gratefulness, and the company would not exist without Harvard.
Yeah, that's great.
Well, I just add, I mean, I think one great example is this conference and what you and Jim are trying to do with the Slada Institute. You know, my experience with a lot of academic institutions, brilliant people, and every professor is their own fiefdom. And to solve the climate problem, that's not going to work. And so the interdisciplinary teams that you're promoting, and I've been to a number of different things, from sort of cutting edge electrochemistry and design of bioproduced 3D printed materials to policy conversations like the one with Leah Stokes. And that's the ecosystem that we have to foster in order to bring these pieces together, because you can have great ideas, but if we don't have the right policies, they're not going to scale. If we have policies but no businesses to scale, I mean, so to me, we've got a very short period of time, as Sanjay said, to deal with this problem. We've got to get to truly massive scale, and the only way we do that is both bringing people together and have both kind of across the spectrum ideologically, but also across disciplines. And so I'm really grateful for what you're doing.
Well, thank you. Your check is in the mail. I would be remiss not to thank the alumni organizations that helped make this possible, this panel right here. And I know that there is a growing interest among our alumni in climate. And the Salata Institute, my colleague George Sarah-Nicolau, has started to develop a strategy to engage alumni more deeply. So I think that is something universities can do better, and we're working on that. So as we close our panel, I'd like to give each of you 90 seconds to tell me what's keeping you awake at night in your work or in your personal lives, maybe not too personal. And this is being live streamed. And what are you excited and hopeful about? What's in this horizon in the post-IRA world that you're excited and hopeful about?
Sure. I don't know, what keeps me up at night is I still hear people talking about saving the planet. And, the planet will be fine. It's the host. They've been through mass extinction several times. I mean, this is about saving our species. And for me, saving the planet doesn't do it. I mean, this is really an existential threat to us. I mean, we're just parasites, and we're going to extinguish ourselves. Now, what makes me optimistic? It's really this. I love what you said. I mean, this, basically individual initiative, people coming together in order to address it. And in my industry, I mean, you see it, like in Europe, which is at the forefront of technology for heating and cooling. I mean, new technologies, new regulations, fluorinated gas, PFAS. And then in the US, you start to see it bubbling. California regulation, you also have some, leaders in the corporate world that are starting to shift. And so I see it coming, and I believe we're going to get there. But we'll have to do our part, and we have to act.
Thanks. Yeah, so, I mean, to me, the biggest challenge is what I said, speed and scale. We've got to go faster. We're making great progress, but we got to go faster. We have to go from, in carbon removal, which I mentioned at the beginning, we're at kiloton scale for direct air capture. We need to get to megaton scale. That's a factor of 1,000 in just a few years in order to get to gigaton scale by mid-century. So not that many people in Congress understand 6 orders of magnitude. That's a problem. So that keeps me up. But the encouraging thing is, one, I think we've seen really dramatic changes in technology over the last decade with, now renewable energy is the cheapest option. Electric vehicles will be there within a couple of years if they're not already. So there's real momentum and in the technology that we need to deploy right now. But then to get all the way to net zero, we need new technologies. And one of the things that's exciting about being here is to hear some of the brightest minds, whether it's in business school or in physics or chemistry or economics and government, are focusing on this issue. That was not true 10 years ago. And so I'm actually very, very hopeful.
I don't need to go into what worries me. What worries me, the same thing that worries a lot of us. But what gives me hope is the story of the Charles River. So when I was little, the Charles River reeked of sewage. The Boston Harbor had 9 feet of sewage in it. George H.W. Bush came here, made fun of Mike Dukakis for the dirtiest urban harbor in America, and it was conventional wisdom. It was perfect. It was accepted that the harbor would never be cleaned up, the river would never be cleaned up, and that didn't turn out to be true. It took lawsuits, took $4.7 billion. I'm not saying it was easy, but we've done impossible things many, many times, and here we are at Harvard. We're in Massachusetts, the innovation state. I have no doubt in my mind that we can, that the obstacle is not technological, that the obstacle is not financial. I think the obstacle is our mindset. If we just don't think we can do it, then we're not going to do what we need, and we're not going to bring the urgency. So I just encourage you, as you especially enjoy the area of the Charles River Round, just remember that was impossible. That cleaner river was impossible until it wasn't.
You know, I think the thing that keeps me up on the climate adaptation side, so, you know, there's a lot of uneven leadership in the adaptation space. And what that means is you could end up with some cities or some regions doing a lot to protect themselves from coastal storms. And we could all imagine at this point, 30 years from now, a coastal storm hitting the greater Boston area, and let's imagine that we did everything perfectly and nobody floods. That's not what resilience looks like unless we're thinking a little more systemically about how Boston exists in the world. And so the thing that keeps me up at night is the general consensus about how we do climate resilience, I think, is leading us towards kind of a country club, building a cruise ship kind of approach, where we're sitting there in survival mode, thinking that we can prepare for climate change. But Boston is a system, Massachusetts is a system. They depend on migration, immigration, finance systems. We're connected to the rest of the world. And so what I'm hopeful for, the kind of inverse of that is, as we do more interdisciplinary work, as we think a little more holistically about climate adaptation for whom? You know, it's not just a protected fortress that we get to live in, but who is all this work for? I think that really focuses our attention, and, you know, the opportunities to engage with students, with community leaders, and seeing their ideas and their leadership come forward. It's been really exciting to witness that, and, you know, there are days where there's more grief than there is hope, but lately the progress we've been seeing has been giving me more hope.
That's great. And I think my experience of, you know, coming from a very progressive background and spending almost every day for 10 years working intensively with my colleagues and partners and friends who are right-of-center climate leaders has been so inspiring and has given me such a sense of agency. I think that it doesn't keep me up at night, but one of the things I struggle with is hearing the sort of fatalistic kind of giving up stance that so many people understandably in this country experience around the partisan divide, and knowing that there are pathways through that, seeing it every single day, and the hope that I really get from this conference and from my work includes the hope from the panel that my colleague George Barakas led on Gen Z this morning, which is really having not just discussions, but finding ways to engage in concrete action that delivers real solutions, even if some of us find those solutions imperfect, that nevertheless move the ball down the field. So I think that my hope comes from a sense of shared agency, that this is not something we have to default into, that there's actually concrete pathways out of it.
Thank you. I think that's a great note to end on. I just want to thank you all for your time and your engagement as alumni. I want to thank the Harvard Alumni for Climate and Environment, who helped to sort of bring us all together. And I'd like to turn it over now to Vice Provost Jim Stock to leave us with a few closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. That was just a wonderful panel, and as always, it is a delight to see Harvard alumni who are both successful and passionate in all of their work. I just want to take a minute to thank everybody. I'm going to make some wrapping up remarks, but I want to remember to thank everybody who's been so helpful in making this work. Lindi and your team, Tegan O'Neill, the Director of Communications, George Nicolau, the Executive Director of the Salata Institute, Nancy Bacha, who's just done a fantastic job organizing this, and many, many others, people on the Salata Institute team and others who have been pitching in from FAS and from other facilities areas. So first of all, let's give them all a thank you. It's difficult to summarize the whole conference, so I'm not going to try to give a précis of all of it. But I would like to actually talk about a few themes that really struck me as coming through. Clearly what this is about is not just climate change, but it's about the change that's necessary in our systems for us to be able to deal with its consequences and to reduce the emissions, especially to reduce the emissions that are going to get us on a more stable and sustainable path. And now that change comes through a variety of different ways. That change, first of all, comes through creativity. It comes through creativity in policy. So when Senator Whitehouse sees that Europe has a CBAM, he says, oh, okay, maybe I can sneak through a carbon tax if we have a response that's just going to be focused in a narrow way that's going to help be expedited by the EU CBAM. It comes through engineering. For those of us who went to the panel just this afternoon on engineering doing crazy things with microbes, that's really interesting, and it's fantastic what those ideas are. Through creativity in business, so whether that's new ventures or whether that's Fortescue saying, look, okay, we're going to be real zero by 2030, and we've got to figure out how to make that happen, and let's work backwards. And then committing to that, even though, as Andrew Forrest said, at the moment they made the commitment, they knew 90%, but not 100% of actually how they were going to do it. Creativity in law. I thought one of the most interesting panels, or sessions, or contrasts, I should say, was the panel where we had we had a series of legal experts talking, the plenary where they were talking about the SCOTUS and the regulatory agenda and how that's working out in the United States, and going through the history, excuse me, the history of very, very significant environmental regulation that has cleaned up the air and driven major accomplishments. And then the Gen Z panel, where, yes, the law was part of it, but it was a completely radically different approach. It was creativity by suing the state of Montana. And so we had one of the plaintiffs in that lawsuit there. So creativity in the law as well. Another way that this change happens is through working with stakeholders. So those stakeholders could be those communities in Maine that weren't brought on board when the transmission line from Canada was coming down. It's got to be the communities in the tribal nations that need to be engaged and have discussed at length about issues with offshore siting, offshore wind, which they didn't oppose. They understood the importance of that, but at the same time had concerns that needed to be addressed. It's engaging with stakeholders in such a way that there's going to be visible gains in health, gains in your pocketbook because solar is cheaper and EVs are more cheaper and more fun, and also engaging with stakeholders in a way where the message is decarbonize, not demonize. That is, respect people, meet them where they are, and then see if we can see if it's possible for people to understand the benefits arising from the energy transition. Another way that change happens is that change happens through personal commitment, hard work, and passion of individuals. When we think about personal change or personal commitment, things come to mind like your own carbon footprint. For everybody on these panels, for everybody, all of the students at Harvard, for everybody in this audience, this is about far more than just your own personal carbon footprint. This is about how you as individuals can take on the responsibility and take advantage of the opportunities that are given to you to actually make system change. And think about the people whom we've seen who've dedicated their careers to that. Sheldon Whitehouse has for a long, he's just been talking the talk on carbon pricing in his particular case, and on climate change for a long time, even when he was one of the few people in the Senate who was actually doing that. John Holdren, who was at a breakout session, excuse me, who is a senior advisor to President Obama and has been working wholeheartedly with China in terms of engaging China in climate issues and so forth. We saw Mary Nichols, who's really one of the icons of the environmental regulatory agenda, who has put in a long career in really making huge progress. And the personal commitment of Ali Zaidi, who's taken on this leadership role in the White House and drove through a lot of major progress in that regard. But I think the story of personal commitment and change that actually will stick with me is just an accidental run-in in the dining hall next door over lunch, where a woman was sitting down and caught my eye, and we spoke for a minute. And she said, this is really an interesting conference, and I'm really glad to be here. I was an oil trader at an oil company for many years, and I decided that that's just not what I wanted to do. What I want to do is I actually want to go and work towards the energy transition. So she left that job. She now has a new job at an institution which itself has gone through a major change from being one that was very much on the old energy system to one that's now really focused on the new energy system. And I thought that's very cool. It's good if we can help that. But I think the fourth thing that actually happens in terms of change is the change that comes, where's the personal commitment come from? The personal commitment has to come through optimism that you can actually make a difference yourself in terms of how you proceed. I thought the most compelling panel, and I'm going to share Andrea's observation on this. I found it really compelling that the Gen Z panel, which if you dug beneath the surface, they disagreed on a whole ton of stuff, but they were very respectful to each other and were on the same team. They're on the same team. They have the same goals. They're going to differ in how you get there, but the goals of the energy transition, doing it effectively, efficiently, respectfully, was something that they're able to discuss, and it is really an honor to be able to host those discussions. I hope you've all profited and learned a lot from this, and I hope you all have a great afternoon and enjoy summer sessions. Some of the receptions.
For the day. Thank you for joining us.